Good morning, traders. Welcome to Ninja Trader Live. Hang on, hang on, everybody. Little technical difficulty here. All right, I am back to no difficulties. My name is Jim Cagney, a senior market strategist, and I am joined by senior economist, the fabulous Tracy Schuchart, aka Shy Girl. Good morning, Shy. How are you?
Good morning, all.
We also have the wonderful Craig Shapiro, macro strategist extraordinaire. Craig, how are you?
Good morning, Jim. How's it going?
Pretty good. Had a little bit of feedback on the speaker a second ago, cleared all that up. We're good to go. We have an awful lot of stuff to talk about today. We have a lot of stuff in the markets. And let's make some announcements, though, right away, because we do have a slew of giveaways to celebrate our 150,000 subscribers on the channel. So we're going to be doing that this morning, and we're going to kick it off with Craig's giveaway right off the bat. So we're going to get that registration link into the chat. And Craig, what's the giveaway, man?
Nice. So I wrote a Substack where I put my daily market observations and big thoughts and the ability to just chat with me throughout the trading day. So I'm going to offer up a free annual subscription to that Substack, and the link will be in the like you said in the chat there.
That is awesome. Yeah, no, I've seen your work, man. It's great, great stuff. So, thank you for doing that, by the way. So go ahead and pop it in there, and we'll do the same thing. Same rules apply as yesterday. You know, if you're here, fill that out. We'll pull it by the end of this first 30-minute segment. So again, thanks, Craig, for that. We also have Engineer Bear. Engineer Bear is also going to be we're doing a giveaway. He raised his hand. He's been a steady member of the community since I could remember. Engineer Bear and Bunny Bear. This is a special giveaway. A couple of books, Stock Options and Futures by William Ang, as well as The Great Crash of 1929 by Galbraith. We'll talk more about that at 8:30, at the 8:30 that's 8:30 to 9 giveaway for that. And then, of course, Chris Trading Boxes is going to be here also with something pretty spectacular as well. So having have all that to the set aside here, guys, I mean, the market's kind of stopped. This morning I woke up, I was waiting to see some big candles all over the place, only a couple places to go. So let's just really quickly before we get in the news, what are you guys seeing overnight? And Craig, let's go with you first.
Yeah, I think, like you said, the indexes are a little bit on the quiet side. China came back last night after a week off, and not too much in the way of fireworks from trading there. Just kind of caught up to where the rest of the markets were. But look, we have this gradual grind up higher, but positioning, as we've been talking about for weeks, is very complacent. It's very long. Vol's been very suppressed, and the indexes are struggling to move materially, but individual stocks are moving all over the place, and so we have a lot of idiosyncratic single stock moves up and down, which kind of get balanced, and then the indexes just kind of grind. So this morning, I know Delta reported before the market up 5%. Ferrari had news overnight, down 13%. That's not a U.S. stock, but still, you see these big moves in either direction, and we'll just kind of continue to push through earnings season here without any government data, and that'll be the driver for how people are perceiving the strength or weakness of various segments of the U.S. economy.
Got it. Shy, how about you? Anything exceptionally stand out
So,
overnight?
no, we have metals kind of taking a breather today, except for palladium that is up 2.5% once again. But everything else pretty quiet overnight. Crude down slightly on the peace deal with Israel and Hamas. So besides that, pretty quiet overnight.
All right. Any news that we should be contemplating?
Well, of course, my favorite part. So, we've been talking about the dollar a lot and the yen a lot, of course, but so hedge funds are using options to bet on a year-end dollar gain, which is kind of a switch because everybody's been very short the dollar. So, hedge funds worldwide look to be favoring the dollar in the options market that they bet that the currency's rebound versus major peers will extend into year end. They're expressing this really with just vanilla call options, straight up just call options. And kind of bearish on the euro, bearish on pretty much the group of 10 currencies except for the Australian dollar, but that's because of the Australian bank hawkish policy, and also because it's more of a commodity currency, and we're seeing obviously commodities pretty strong. So we have that. Then we have China decided to widen the rare earth curbs ahead of the key Xi Trump meeting. They have unveiled broad new curbs on its exports of rare earths and other critical minerals. We are seeing some of those stocks that the U.S. has expressed interest in up overnight on this. And so we'll see. They're going to use this as a negotiating tactic, obviously, to gain leverage in these trade talks. Not very surprising, but it is helping boost other critical mineral stocks within, Canada and Iceland. We have... for oil watchers, this will blow you away. We have Canada's Prime Minister discuss reviving the Keystone XL pipeline. And if you've followed this at all, it's been a complete cluster for a very long time. We had Obama canceled it, Trump first term put it back on the table. Then we had the Biden administration took it off the table again. And Mark Carney, who is very much in the environmental zone, this is a rarity for him to come out and express wanting the Keystone Pipeline project revived. And I guess they talked about it on Wednesday, President Trump and Carney, and President Trump was open to it. So we'll see what happens with it. It will be very interesting to see if that actually goes through after over a decade of hold on off. And then, this is bad news for everybody that's coming in town. We have travel disruptions, adding pressure on Congress for shutdown deals. We have flight delays caused by air traffic control. Staffing shortfalls have rippled across the country because these people are now not paid any longer. Everybody's calling in sick. And so I certainly hope everybody gets in next week okay, or the government opens before then. And then, how we keep talking about kind of this circular AI web of deals. And we can go ahead and we've got a graphic to show too. But so never before has so much money been spent so rapidly on technology that for all its potential still remains largely unproven as an avenue for profit taking. And these all can be traced back to two firms. We have NVIDIA and OpenAI, and the recent wave of deals and partnerships involving these two are escalating concerns that an increasingly complex and interconnected web of business transactions is artificially propping up the trillion-dollar AI boom, and really at stake is virtually every corner of the economy, with the hype and build out of AI infrastructure rippling across markets from debt to equity to real estate to energy. So just so you get an idea when we're talking about this, literally how interconnected all of these companies are, just a handful, and they all their profits depend all on each other. And so it's becoming an increasing worry. And then
go ahead, Chad. Go ahead. We'll come back to this for a second, but go ahead.
Okay, yeah. And then I always like to throw something fun in there. We've got Ferrari has its 2030 targets for EVs in the product mix to 20% instead of 40%, I guess because customers don't really want this vehicle. So they have downgraded that previous ambition and will continue to offer its V6, V8, and V12 engines well into the future.
Wow. Well, I don't know if you know this or not, but I am a Ferrari super fan. I'm a Lewis Hamilton fan. I'm going to the F1 in Las Vegas in November, and I know it's still a long shot, but I'm pumped up, man. We're going to be rooting for our Ferrari then anyway. So We'll see how it goes. Let's go back to this chart here, though. And Craig, what do you make of this? I mean, I'm looking at this thing and I'm getting dizzy.
Yeah, it's a fairly incestuous relationship between the Mag 7 companies and AI and OpenAI, really just, investing in each other for the rights obligations to buy each other's products, whether it's future compute, whether it's chips. And so, look, these are, the term that's been throwing around is round tripping, where companies invest equity in one another, for revenues, basically. These are things that were going on in late 1999 and early 2000 that kind of signaled, close to the top of various, parts of the technology market. So again, I don't think we're necessarily saying that, the AI story is over or that this isn't going to work. It's just that people are starting to cast some doubt about the sustainability, about the profitability, and about the growth trajectory, of this industry. And it's not just about the economy. It's the market implications too, because you have so much of the indexes now, both NASDAQ and S&Ps, that are tied into these companies. You have hundreds of billions of dollars of levered ETF products that rebalance every day, that are plowing into these products, both at the index level and on the single stock level. There's double and triple levered ETFs on single stocks related to this space. So much money is tied into the narrative here. And the exposure levels that we have are in the 99th percentile on a 1 and 5 year look back as far as folks' exposure to this theme. And so, we've been talking about being a little bit on a knife's edge here while we're watching the markets grind higher, but we have our eye on the exit and maybe sometimes, 1 foot out the door, looking for reasons to see some of the systematic flows start to step back, start to unwind a bit. So far, again, hasn't really happened. But when you start to see some of that cross-asset vol we've been talking about, moves in currencies, moves in commodities, gold volatility is really starting to pick up, dollar-yen volatility is starting to pick up, fixed income volatility is starting to creep higher. So these are the forward-looking indicators to say, okay, maybe maybe the equity market will start to find a floor in volatility, and that could lead to some of these systematic flows starting to fall back, and then an unwind is possible. Similarly, if we see companies like Delta, companies like Pepsi reporting this morning away from AI, that are doing better, those rotations out of tech into those other things, may lead to some of the unwind too. So we have our eye on all this stuff and posting about it, but it's just, when you let in this morning with the markets don't seem like they're moving, the indexes are grinding, but idiosyncratic single stocks are moving all over the place based on fundamental news. And I think that's what we're, trying to identify this turn.
So Shai, when you first showed me this morning, my initial thought off the top of my head was this seems like a closed club, right? This is a small club. What does it take to get a new player in here, whether it's based on innovation or anything else, into this web? Or do we expect these names just to be recycled for a long period of time?
I think you're going to see these names recycled for a long period of time because they were on the forefront and because of the interconnectedness of them. So it's going to be hard for another company to kind of break in unless it's by way of an acquisition. Like, if another company came up and OpenAI acquired them, then that's how you'd probably get into the club. But for now, I mean, these companies this is pretty solid relationships between these companies, and they just rely on each other too much for really another company to kind of break in.
Yeah, awesome though. Awesome chart. Let's kind of go over to, you mentioned rare earths, China. Ever since really August 20th, our metal complex and the futures that we look at every day, gold, silver, platinum, palladium, have just been skyrocketing 25 to 35% since August 20th, depending on which one you're looking at. Shai, what's the correlation between? Explain us what rare earths are a little bit, and what's the correlation between these markets and that?
Well, rare earths are, well, first of all, they're not actually rare. They are readily available. But that said, they're let's call them critical minerals and materials. Let's call it that. The thing is that right now China pretty much has the chokehold on that entire industry because one, it's very dirty. to mine, and China doesn't care. And they also have the chokehold on the processing. There are not many countries, even if they produce rare earths, do they process them. So China kind of has that entire market cornered, and that's kind of why we're now seeing the West in particular trying to look to other countries and build out these supply chains that we didn't have in the past to get away from this dependence on China. Now, unfortunately, that's happened a little too late, but at least it's happening, right, at the same time. And so we've seen the administration spend money on, say, Nouveau Monde Graphic in Quebec, CRML in Iceland, going out and pledging money to companies elsewhere, Lithium Americas in Canada, because they have a project in the U.S. And so that's very important to the industry. And those tickers are, are up slightly this morning on this China news. So that's kind of the backstory on the whole rare earths that aren't rare.
Yeah, no, I got you. That makes sense. Craig, what sense are you getting with respect to this potential leverage that China has with respect to doing deals with the U.S.?
Yeah, look, I mean, we saw back in April when Trump tried to ratchet up the trade war with China. China felt very comfortable, ratcheting it up further and knew that it was going to lead to sell off in the equity market, a sell off in the bond market, and then ultimately Trump, clamping down and retracing, tacoing, for lack of a better word, and kind of removing that heat off of the trade war, because these critical materials are paramount for semi production, for auto production, and really what was discussed last night is for military applications. And so the inability for our manufacturing companies in America to get access to rare earths really forced Trump to take down the tariff war with China. And so China realizes that it has a great negotiating tool. It's using this as a strategic, something strategic for them to dictate terms with Trump. And so at the end of this month, Trump's meeting with Xi in Korea, and it has touted this potential for some sort of grand, larger trade deal. It seems like if there is momentum on that front, and China's going to extract, tariff reductions, and while the hawks in the U.S. Don't seem to like this momentum that's been developing here, Trump seems to believe that a deal with China is beneficial for him and beneficial for the country. So I don't know. It's a weird dynamic here, but China seems to be playing this exactly how you would play it if you were in the position of power. And even though the administration tells you that the U.S. is in the position of power, China's been acting like it's been in the position of power here and using rare earths as a tool to really extract better terms from the Trump administration. So there is this announcement overnight where they're going to effectively eliminate our ability to put rare earth back into military applications. Is very important for world peace, for geopolitical dynamics, for the oil market. So a big news item overnight for sure.
So Shai, could we just start digging holes here in the U.S. and finding this stuff, or is it just not locally sourced?
Well, we can, right? But the problem is, one, our permitting process is a nightmare, right? It's, permits can take up to 10 years. And then they then have legal battles against the environmentalists. This is why we've had, the big copper project in New Mexico that's been on hold forever because after they got their permitting's been held up because it's been in courts from environmental groups. And so it's kind of that not in my backyard. I want this, but not in my backyard. Like, we need these, but we don't want to dig them up here because it's dirty, and of course environmentalists don't like it. So there is a problem. Now, we are working on streamlining these permits. Trump had an EO saying this was paramount, and we were going to streamline this, and we were going to take down that 10-year permitting time to a couple of years. So we'll see if that happens, but that's why it's not just that easy to start digging holes in the ground in the U.S.
Yeah, I know. Well, so let's apply the same thought process to the pipeline we just talked about. I mean, we have two sovereign governments. We have eminent domain issues. We've got indigenous population issues. We have permitting issues, and we have to have the price right. And if we flip-flop every 4 to 8 years from an administration point of view, will this ever get done?
Well, at this point, I think no, because it's just gridlock, even though they would like it to. And then it also requires the pipeline company who has basically come out and said, all right, we're done with this. This has been on hold too long. We don't want any part of this anymore. And so it's, you have to get the company back involved as well to build this pipeline. But again, it faces all sorts of things because it's between two countries and then through states. So you still have to have, Michigan say it's okay.
This has been, one of the issues that I think the administration's been having is it's been touting all this capex that's been coming into the country largely from AI. But there are massive bottlenecks in order to actually achieve the growth. And a lot of those bottlenecks revolve around commodities. And the problem is the administration keeps trying to talk down the price of commodities, right? I mean, Trump is talking about lower oil prices, lower energy prices, a desire to bring down prices. And so it's hard to, convince domestic U.S. energy companies, domestic U.S. minerals companies to invest billions of dollars in capex when the administration doesn't want you to receive a fair value, fair return on those projects. So what the government is doing, I think rightfully so, people could complain about it, is it's forcing or it's investing in companies' equity investments or giving access, pay to play type relationships where Mountain Pass MP is a big rare earth provider in the U.S. The government's investing in that company, and they'll move forward with that because they have a locked in contract with the government. They're being invested by the government, but that might be the only way that we really get some of these projects to come online because, big cap energy companies with $60 oil are really not going to be looking to do a lot of energy infrastructure or energy investments if the administration is trying to talk down the price of oil every day. So a bit of a divergence there in what the administration is trying to achieve with bringing back capex and manufacturing to this country, but also trying to do it in a non-inflationary way and trying to keep commodity prices down.
Yeah, that makes sense. I mean, I was looking at a crude oil chart earlier this morning, just a daily chart, and we dipped into that 60 handle. Buyers just pushed us all the way back up again into the 62 handle. We see this time and time again, but it's still kind of stuck in the mud here. I mean, Shai, what do you think about prices going forward here with just the WTI?
I think, well, I think this is a longer term story. I think we're going to see higher prices in 2026, but the narrative right now is, they have the administration wanting oil prices down, and oil companies, if you read the Dallas Fed Energy Survey, the comments section is amazing. You should read it. I won't go through it all. But all these companies are saying this is making it impossible. The government's, there's no drill, baby, drill. In other words, it's not happening at these prices. There's a lot of frustration within the industry right now. And overall, the sentiment on oil is just very, very negative. You keep hearing the supply gut's coming, the supply gut's coming. So far, we haven't seen that, but we've heard that all year, and still all year we haven't seen that, even with the ceiling being raised for OPEC plus nations, because they're not even reaching those ceilings. There's only two countries that can actually do that, and that's Saudi Arabia and UAE. Nobody else can really hit those ceilings. So we're not even seeing what OPEC has pledged. We're not even seeing them able to bring that amount of production online. And so this glut is just not happening. The economy, we may see signs of worry here, but so far everybody has been saying recession, recession, recession because of tariffs. And, we really haven't seen that globally yet either, because obviously a recession would weigh heavily on oil prices as we would see demand fall.
Well, so on that, right, with these prices, Craig, so is this a situation where The consumer should be happier with lower, get it out, Jim, oil prices, and businesses that are heavily dependent on energy, maybe also. Does that parlay into some kind of happiness within the broader economy?
Yeah, look, I think this has been really the one area where the consumers have made out better, right? I mean, lower oil prices, lower
Yeah.
gasoline prices is kind of the one, non-inflationary factor. This is very much like what we saw in 2007, 2008, where oil prices really were driving the inflation higher. We're not really seeing that at all this time, so there's definitely some relief there. The problem is, it's these other areas of structural inflation, whether it's electricity prices, whether it's insurance costs, whether it's education costs, different things that consumers really have no ability to negotiate out of their daily wallets and daily budgets. And so, yes, a little relief on the gasoline side, but fundamentally, their wallets are being crimped by things, groceries, by things that they have to spend money on. And so, discretionary consumer wallets are shrinking at the lower end of the K-shaped economy. And that's what we're seeing with some of the divergences in the overall tape, right? You're seeing transports struggle. You're seeing regional banks struggle. You're seeing housing stocks struggle. You're seeing retail stocks struggle. So big divergences here. NASDAQ, AI related names making new highs, but under the hood, the breadth is not as good as I think what people would believe. And I don't really see this rally broadening out. I see it actually starting to contract a bit here as some of the U.S. domestic sensitive names are, showing signs of strain in this deteriorating labor market.
Awesome. Well, it's about that time here. We have again, we're celebrating 150,000 subscribers. We have a giveaway in the making right now. Craig Shapiro, Substack, and personal conversations. Where are we at, Mission Control, on this? Have we drawn somebody? We had the link up right now. I think it's that time, right?
Yeah.
Drum roll, please.
I know.
Waiting.
Look at that. Look at that. Good. While we're waiting, though, let's just, Shai, just really quickly, give us we got a great guest coming up. Give us a rundown.
Yeah, I wanted to go through data really quickly. We do not have jobless claims and continuing claims this morning because the government still shut down. So we do still have wholesale trade sales and wholesale inventories at 10 and at 10:30, natural gas storage. So very quiet once again on the data front. We do have a 22 billion 30-year auction at 10 a.m. to watch. And then last but not least, our guest this morning is Grant Williams. He is, you may have known him best for co-founding Real Vision and his famous podcast, the Grant Williams podcast and his newsletter, but he has been in the finance world forever. His career began in the Japanese equity market in the 1980s, where he saw the spectacular equity and real estate bust back then. And currently he is also advisor to Von Greyers in Switzerland and a portfolio and strategy advisor to Volupe Investment Management in Singapore.
Very awesome. Looking forward to that. 100%. Someone said that Craig broke the algo in the chat.
No, I got it. Finally, we have our three winners here for the Substack, and we'll get your emails and we'll get all the information over to you. But the three winners of the contest are Trader Nautilus, Doug, and Fractal Firmament. So thanks, guys, for signing up. Happy to communicate with you offline about it, and we appreciate the journey it's been to 150,000 subscribers. Plenty more giveaways throughout the rest of the day and week. So thanks everyone.
That's awesome, Craig. Thank you for doing that for sure. By the way, don't forget, next half hour, we do have Engineer Bear, Bunny Bear, giving away a couple trading books. I've read both of these books, by the way. They're both very good. So we'll announce that at 9 o'clock. But thank you for that, Craig. And everything is, and the algos aren't broken anymore. We're in good shape. Oh man. And it looks like all three of these folks are here too, so they're in good shape.
All right. Well, congrats, everybody.
Jacket. All right. So I think we might be able to get our guest in a couple seconds early. Craig, thanks for the commentary this morning. Greatly appreciated. I will talk to you later on in the day, and have a great one, man.
Sounds good. Thanks, guys.
Shy, I'm pumped up, man.
I know Grant is amazing. I've known him for several years. I was one of the first people on one of the first interviews on Real Vision in 2016. So uh, great to have Grant back. I love him to death, and he is a just a wealth of knowledge.
All right, let's get him in.
Hey
Grant,
guys,
good morning. How are you, man?
I'm doing great. I just want to correct one thing, Tracy, if I may. I've been in the markets forever and a day. You pulled up just short.
Oh my God. Well, thanks for being here with us. And I want to start right off the bat. I mean, ever since August 20th, we're futures traders. We look at gold, silver, platinum, palladium. I mean, these markets are up 20 to 35% since August 20th alone. What's going on here?
It's kind of wild, right? I mean,
Yeah.
it's funny because, as you say, you're traders. You guys are looking at the futures, and so it's become a trade now, which is very interesting. And gold has kind of been an investment for a long time, and there are periods when it becomes a trade, and it is that right now. And it is, well, you guys know better than me the signs to look for, but it's running hot on just about every metric you can look at. And so I think for the traders, there are levels that it's gone through 4,000 like a hot knife through butter, and that a lot of people said it was going to struggle with. So maybe there's a bit further run, but for me, it's always been an investment, not a trade. So I kind of watch these crazy periods, both up and down, with a degree of detachment, because I'm gold is something I own, not something I trade. If I wanted to trade things, I certainly wouldn't pick gold because it's a bear. But yeah, it's fascinating right now. I think the thing that's driven this, maybe not right now, but to this point, to reach the point where it really kind of fired up through 4,000 has been central bank buying, pure and simple, for the last 2 or 3 years, and you can see that in the data. And that's obviously a very sticky bid. It's a very price insensitive bid. So you've got that real fundamental underpinning. And now a lot of people are looking at it as, as a hedge against debasement. There's this famous JP Morgan debasement trade. They're looking at it as a protection against inflation. All these things that gold has done throughout the years. But right now there's a ton of speculative money in this thing, and it's become a little crazy, even for my liking.
Yeah.
It absolutely has. And then I want to turn this to the equity markets a little bit. I want to get your thoughts on, obviously, markets seem a little frothy here after we kind of had that April tariff tantrum, so to speak. It's been kind of just a grind up, but only led by a handful of stocks, really. We're just now seeing a little bit of broadening out of that. But, what are your thoughts on, is this market getting frothy, and how concentrated it is in these AI tech stocks?
Yeah, it feels a little frothy, doesn't it? I just had a fantastic conversation with Julian Garron of Macro Strategy in the UK about the AI situation, which he wrote a piece last week called Power Play, and he flat out called the AI bubble out in I mean, pretty full on terms. It was like getting hit by a piece of 4x2 when I read this piece. And I just had a long chat with him about that. And the points he makes are pretty stark. He looks at the kind of misallocation of capital, a level of misallocation of capital in the US since 2000. You look back at 2000, look back at 2008, and the misallocation of capital now is 17 times what we saw in 2000, and about 8 times what we saw in 2008. And it's on his data, it's like 65% of GDP, which is truly extraordinary. And so if that tech bubble, particularly the AI LLM driven bubble, cracks, then he excuse me, his estimates are that it could knock 3% off US GDP growth if it just stops going up. If it reverses, obviously it could be more than that. So there's a real interesting story brewing in the AI sector, and it's certainly going to catch a lot of these big names. Nvidia's become such an important name, and Julian's data is honestly, it's actually pretty terrifying when I start reading it.
Yeah, I mean, it seems like they're all very interconnected, so to speak. So if one goes, the rest go. But
Well, Tracy, he was looking at accounts receivable. He went back to Cisco back in obviously the 1999 2000, and Cisco's accounts receivable were about 149 billion, and this thing is, I think, six times that. Um, it's some of the numbers Julian's come up with are absolutely mind-boggling to me.
That's crazy. And I want to turn this to, I want to talk a little bit about the Fed, a little bit about the central banks. I know nobody's really haven't been focused on that because everybody just assumes we're going to get a bunch of rate cuts. Certainly October and December are priced into the market. But what I'm a little bit worried about is how or may the Fed kind of lose that independence because the administration kind of wants to fuse the Treasury and the Fed together, it seems. What are the implications of that?
I mean, look, this idea of an independent Fed has been kind of the cornerstone of the whole pyramid for a long, long time. I don't know how truly independent the Fed are. I mean, Jay Powell's had a good run at this in trying to kind of make it obvious that he's trying to be as independent as he can. But at the end of the day, they've got to make it till May, and they'll put a new guy in there. And we all know that whoever is offered that job is going to be offered that job on one set of conditions that you know what we're trying to do here, right? Which is lower rates and cheapen the cost of capital, not just for markets, but also for the government. So, this idea of independence, it's cute. I don't know how much validity it has in the real world anymore, and the tighter things get, and the bigger the quantum of anything going wrong becomes, the less quote unquote independent the Fed's going to be. So, I don't think it is independent. I think they will do whatever it takes. The famous Mario Draghi term, except he was talking just about lowering rates and buying bonds. I think we're getting to the point where whatever it takes. Does it mean stripping the Fed of its implied independence? Does it mean merging the Treasury and Fed? Who knows? But if the wheels fall off these markets, given the amount of debt that's built up in the system, we could see some extraordinary things and things that we perhaps never expected to see in our lifetimes.
It seems like, yeah, there seems to be like a more obviously a more focus here on issuing shorter duration debt than longer duration debt. We're seeing the 2 year, the 3 year, even the bills and stuff go a little bit better than, 10-year auction yesterday wasn't that great. Today's the 30-year auction. It's probably not going to go that great either. At a certain point, that's got to kind of stabilize or kind of normalize, doesn't it?
Well, you'd hope so. I mean, that's what normal is eventually, okay? And that's why it's normal. But I think, I'll ask you a simple question. Would you lend the US government money for 30 years at these rates? I know I wouldn't. And I know I've struggled to find anyone else that would. So, it's going to be very difficult to do anything but sell at the short end where people are a little bit more comfortable to play, particularly if Trump is genuine in the kind of Stephen Miran plan to debase the dollar, and they continue down this road. Why would anybody go out to the long end of the curve? It's a really tricky one for them, and I think we're going to see the numbers when the auction goes off later. And certainly to your point, we haven't seen a really strong auction at that end of the curve for a while.
Yeah. I mean, I'm just looking at the U.S. I'm looking at the Euro FX. In the futures world, the Euro FX is in the top. The U.S. dollar's on the bottom, and we've seen the euro kind of break a lot against the U.S. dollar ever since, I don't know, middle of September, and it's still looking like there's some downward potential here in this market, suggesting maybe the U.S. dollar is going to keep rolling here. What's your thoughts about this?
Yeah, I think it could. I think at the end of the day, though, the long-term interests are pretty clearly stated, which is weakening it. And so they're going to continue to do that. And we might get counter-trend rallies. We might get periods where people come in and give the dollar a little fillip. But at the end of the day, the administration needs a weaker dollar. They've stated that they want a weaker dollar, which is unusual. We're always used to any administration talking about how the dollar should be strong, et cetera, et cetera. But we all know the reality. This administration happens to have come out and said the quiet part out loud. And so I think if you have a US that wants a weak dollar, they'll get it. One way or another, they'll get it. It may be forced upon people. It may be an agreement. The fact that the dollar is going up, our mutual friend, Brent Johnson, has talked about this milkshake theory of his, which is, played out pretty well so far. And the kind of final stage of that was unwanted dollar strength. And so, I know I'm on alert to see if we're kind of getting the dollar going up in spite of everything. Um, but I still think that the path is lower for now. And if it starts to really get stronger, I think that's something that a lot of people can get very concerned about.
And if we have a stronger dollar, what does that do to commodities? Because so far, metals don't care. They seemingly don't
Yeah.
care. I think that correlation is out the window at this point. But what does that do to the other commodity markets? And what are your thoughts on the commodity markets as a whole right now, especially considering this trade war with China and rare earths? We talked about that a little bit this morning. But what are your thoughts on that?
Well, again, I think, Tracy, this comes down to the difference between, are you trading them, or are you looking at long-term trends here? I think long-term trends call for structurally higher commodity prices. I think there's been massive underinvestment in the commodity sector for a long, long time. And you're starting to see, say, this world where there is a clear weaker dollar policy. Commodities are traditionally a decent beneficiary of that. But then on the trading side of things, they've been the football for like 2.5, 3 years now, ever since the Russians went into Ukraine. Commodities, particularly energy, has been the football. So you've got this interesting setup where structurally, I think there's a great case to be made for higher commodity prices, but you've seen volatility in them. You'll continue to see that in the short term. It's great setup for traders. I think if you've got a structurally higher trend, and you've got some volatility as it moves along that path, it's a terrific environment to be trading these things. So I'm not a speculator. I think long term, I'm structurally very bullish on commodities. But I think if you are a trader, you're going to get some great swings to participate in.
Let me ask you, let's talk about the tariff. I know we're all over the map with you, Grant, because we have such a short amount of time. We want to cover a lot of ground. But let's talk about tariffs. I mean, the tariffs are, they're not a new thing, but they're certainly been imposed with a certain amount of flash with the Trump administration, and there's some counter stuff going on, particularly with China. Is this a good rebalancing, or is this just going to be one administration off and then everything goes back to normal? What's your thoughts on it?
Well, it's difficult. They're a tool that Trump is using, and look, tariffs can be very effective. They can also be disastrous. And I think the problem with these particular tariffs has, to your point, been the implementation of them. I mean, there's no seeming rhyme or reason to how they've been implemented, apart from people
Yeah.
being able to say, well, that's just how the way Trump does stuff. It's yes, he's going to call them at 200%. He's going to walk back, but markets don't like that kind of uncertainty. We want certainty. Markets would have no problem dealing with tariffs if they were imposed at the level suggested and left there. The markets would work through those in a few days. But we're now in this constant state of uncertainty. And you question whether that might be deliberate, because it would be a very strange thing to do accidentally. But then we've just seen, as I say, we've seen too many push outs and walkbacks to kind of think there's any rhyme or reason to this. So that to me is the big problem. I don't think the tariffs are a major issue for markets, because they'll self-adjust. But I just wish we'd have a little bit more clarity and a little bit more concrete framework around them, their imposition, the levels, what they're there for, and not leave markets guessing, because that's those gaps are where the problems all come into.
Yeah, no, that makes sense. Shai, any last minute thoughts here for Grant?
Yeah, what are, just some parting words, kind of areas that you are looking at that maybe people aren't talking about, or that you find interest in, if this whole AI thing kind of does not pan out as anticipated?
Well, I think the AI thing is going to run its course, and we're starting to see headlines now in places like the FT and the Wall Street Journal about people starting to get nervous about the AI bubble. That certainly should have people's ears pricking up. But the other thing is that I think people should be paying attention to, if they're not. And I've been traveling this past week, so I've been kind of following this, but I'm not so sure how at the top of the news cycle it is, and that's the Tricolor and First Brands bankruptcies, because I think those, in terms of the damage to the banks and the private credit world, we've yet to see the fallout in those. And we've seen things like this happen before. These kind of seemingly random bankruptcies. And if you remember back in 2007, we saw that the two hedge funds, the Bear Stearns funds, the Alphabet Soup funds go, and it didn't seem like a big deal until it turned into a huge deal. And Archegos didn't seem like a big deal and turned into a huge deal. And there's so much leverage in the system. There's so much leverage in private credit that we're not going to immediately see until the bodies float to the surface where the damage is done. So I'm definitely paying attention to the fallout from Tricolor and First Brands.
Awesome, man. Grant, thank you so much for your time this morning. I wish it's a pleasure to meet you first and foremost. Thank you for being here.
Yeah, nice. Same, Jim.
Thank you.
Good to see you.
Yeah. So unfortunately, we are up against time. We're going to go ahead and drop your X handle into the chat. Everybody follow Grant. It's a great follow on X, and follow through on the links. Click them. In any event,
Thanks, guys.
again, yeah. Thank you, Grant. Looking forward to talking to you again, man. Shai, where do you find these guys? These guys are great. We don't have enough time. I mean, we need more time, is what we need.
I know. Grant's great though. Definitely do follow him on Twitter. He's got his website is things that make you go and we'll put that in the chat too. You can get all his. It's very reasonable if you sign up for his podcasts per year, and he talks to all sorts of amazing people and has several podcasts on there, actually, in collaborations as well as his Grant Williams podcast. So I encourage you to go look at his website as well.
That's awesome. And before you go, Shai, hang on. We do have, remember, Engineer Bear, one of our main guys in the chat on the show here, is doing a giveaway. I mean, think about how awesome our community
I know,
is,
our
right?
audience is giving a giveaway. I love it. Thank you, Engineer Bear.
Thank you. And then give Bunny a shout out to Engineer Bear for me. There it is. We're actually gonna do this after Tammy. So at 9:00, we'll go ahead and we'll announce the winners of this. And these are two good books, by the way. I've read both of these books, the Stock Options and Futures book, as well as the Galbraith Brook and books. And for traders, a lot of times it's like, all right, we're going to do technical analysis and study that kind of stuff. But then when you get to the basics of it, you read these books and they really are truly helpful. So thank you for giving this away, John. We really appreciate it. All right, Shai, thank you. I will talk to you again a little bit later.
All right. I'll be in the chat.
All right. Look at this. We have Tammy is in the house. Fibonacci Princess. I know I say Fibonacci wrong, but Tammy, how are you?
I'm great. How are you doing? Good morning.
Good morning. I'm glad to see you. I'm glad to see you back. I always enjoy talking to you. I love to follow you for sure. How have you been?
I've been doing great. Been doing wonderful. It's been a wonderful week. And I always love Thursday because to me, Mondays, Tuesdays, and Wednesdays are pretty loaded up for me. But Thursdays and Fridays, things seem to calm down a little bit. So
yeah,
almost to the weekend.
All right. Are you worried at all about the king tide and the tidal surges coming our way in the next couple of days?
I haven't even heard about that.
Well, maybe it's
Thanks
just
for
me.
letting me know. I need to pay attention. Maybe.
Maybe it's not down in Georgia. Maybe it's up here in Charleston. I don't know.
I probably need to take a look at it. I'm usually a pretty big weather fan, but I have been very busy lately, trying to juggle a lot of things, and I have not even checked out the weather recently. So I need to pay attention, especially since it's hurricane season. We got really lucky with those last two hurricanes that kind of, steered off to the east and didn't hit us, because otherwise I could have gotten a lot of weather from that. But so far it's been a very calm hurricane season. So my kids are disappointed.
Don't say that out loud. I'm knocking on wood right now.
Right. Exactly. I'm not sitting through another one like I did last year. If another one comes this way, the kids are getting in the car. We're headed to Middle Georgia, where my family lives.
Yeah, I know. I go to Charlotte, where Mom and Dad Keggs live. So, In any event, let's. Are you able to pull up some charts today?
Absolutely. Let me know if you can't see my screen share.
No, I got you, man. I
Okay.
see you.
Okay,
Awesome,
great.
man.
Awesome, awesome. So here is the ES daily. What we're looking at basically on this chart is that we are coming up to more target extensions. So we have the extension from the 25th of September low that we have not met yet, which is 68.39. And then we have both of the targets from the October 7th low that we have not met yet, which are 68.17 and 68.37. So we are getting quite extended. Once again, I feel like a broken record, right? We did have that nice pullback where we came back on September 25th, but every time that we pull back, we just get bought again. So until we, start really seeing us roll over right now, it's buy the dip, right? Until it tells us to do something else. Even on my lower time frame charts, we're very bullish right now. So, but just know that if you are bullish, we're coming up to these target extensions. What I say is mini moves tend to terminate at extensions of prior swings. So just know 68.17 is that first target on ES daily. And like I said, the next two you want to look for are 68.37 and 30 to 39.
Yeah, and refresh our memory about your are those moving averages or what the blue, the red lines, and the green lines?
Yes. So the blue is the 5 EMA, the red is the 13 EMA, and then the green, which is just below the red, is the 50 SMA. And then the pink dotted line is the 200 SMA. So as you can see, we have stacked moving averages. What I look for when the market starts to turn is that 5, the blue line, to dip below that red 13. And that's usually a sign for me that we could start seeing lower lows. But as you can see on this chart, that has not happened in a very long time. They've kind of kissed each other a little bit. But for the most part, we've had those stacked moving averages, for let's see how long. I mean, all the way back to basically April, and we all remember the February to April dip, but what a buying opportunity that was, right?
Yeah, no, it's not lost upon me that 5 and 8 for your EMAs are fib numbers.
5 and 13,
Or
yes.
5 and 13. I'm
5 and 13,
sorry. I'm sorry
yes.
for that.
Yes,
Right, right.
absolutely.
I use 8 and 21 in a daily, so I hear you.
And I use 8 and 34 on an intraday chart. And of course, so, I am the protege of the Fibonacci Queen. That's why I'm the Fibonacci Princess. And these are the moving averages that she's always used. Now, personally, I also like to look at the 20. That is something that on some of my other charts I do look at. But on these main daily charts, these are the ones that I have showing right now.
Yeah, no, when you're, all right, I'm a little older than most people around me, but Carolyn's been around, Carolyn Broden, Fibonacci Queen, has been around a long time.
Over 40 years.
And she is back then and now she's still wicked good. So she's a good follow also. I love the fact that
Absolutely. She's Queen of Fibs on X.
yeah, for sure. But you're the new generation. You're the princess now. You're coming. You're in the spotlight. Everyone's going to be following you. Actually, follow Tammy on X also. It's a good follow.
At Trader Tammy 1.
Yeah,
Yes.
we'll pop it into the chat.
Oh, perfect.
So Tammy, let's. Are you looking at Nasdaq or anything else?
Absolutely. I've got NASDAQ, I've got YM, I've got GC, crude, NG. So I've got NASDAQ here. We are, as far as the NASDAQ is concerned, we're still looking for the second target off that September 25th low, which is 25,400. And then we've met the first target off the 7th of September, 7th of October low. So we are more extended on NASDAQ than we are on ES. And that second target off the October 7th low is 25,454. So the area you want to look for today is 25,400 to 54. And we're right on top of that. So there again, many moves tend to terminate at extensions of prior swings. We are extended here. And it felt like, that the NASDAQ was lagging a little bit. But when you look at some of these daily charts, it's actually more extended than ES at this point. So just please be aware of that.
Yeah, yesterday was it was relentless yesterday. I
It was
mean,
crazy. And what was interesting about the open yesterday morning was that the ES actually was going lower while the Nasdaq was going higher. So I decided not to trade the open yesterday because of that mixed patterns I was seeing. But, it was a nice shorting opportunity if anybody was able to grab a hold of that on the ES. But when I see that they're not trailing together, like it did later in the day, it did later in the day, and then I was more comfortable buying pullbacks. Uh, when I was able to get into them because a lot of it was straight up. But but when they don't agree with each other, I have a tendency to just kind of sit on the sidelines and watch and see what's going to happen.
yeah, and the other trick is trying to figure out which one's leading and which one's following, right?
Exactly, exactly. Because for a long time, NASDAQ was following, but then since, I don't know, I think it's since June or July, it may have been earlier than that. It seems like the ES has been leading, so which has been a little unusual.
Yeah, and today's another unusual day too. I mean, we're literally, yesterday was excitement galore. Today Nassie's what? Unchanged pretty much. So is ES. Looking at Russell, pretty much, and not a lot of movement in any of the stock index futures.
Yeah, we'll see what happens today. Yesterday was pretty exciting, so maybe we'll just get some of that. Maybe it might be a boring day, and you know what's good for boring days? Not trading. We need that volatility, and we want to see us break out of the ranges in order to be comfortable about those trades.
Yeah, no, for sure. But I love the trend. It's looking strong. I'm glad you're thinking that way. A lot of traders are can't go any higher, Jim. If I get that call one more time, I'm going to lose my mind. Of course,
Listen, yeah, what is that saying? The market can,
yeah, be irrational longer than you could be liquid or
but then
something.
we can be solvent, right? Exactly. So. Yep, absolutely.
Yeah.
Hey, listen, anybody that's been around long enough knows that. I mean, and the thing is that for those that have not been around for the big, huge rollover, it slowly goes, it goes up, but when it does roll over, you better watch out. And that actually, to be honest with you, my bearish trades a lot of time are my best trades just because the price moves so quickly. I really like a bearish market, honestly. I love a bullish market too, but it is a nice way to trade futures when it's bearish.
Yeah. No, the trouble with the down market, the trend day downs, the quick moves down, they just keep going and going and going. There's a tendency, and remember, I was a commodity broker for 20 years, talking to traders all day long from around the country.
Just want to
Is the idea of trying to buy dips in that environment, and that's usually a recipe not a good recipe, right?
Well,
So
and that's what makes me fearful for some of those people, the traders that haven't been trading that long. Honestly, the ones, some of these people out there that haven't been trading long and they haven't seen that yet, it could be a
yeah,
very dangerous situation for their accounts.
yeah, for sure.
So sitting on the sidelines is a thing. Cash is a
Absolutely. Absolutely. Any other markets on your radar screen?
Yeah, absolutely. So here I have the YM. So right now we are actually failing off of that 618 retracement around 47,082. So this is one of the ones that is actually not extended. We're still looking for the target extensions from the September 25th and October 6th lows. You can see those in green, 47,315, 494, 646, and 712.
Okay, I got it. So a little bit different.
A little bit different. Yep, this one is definitely looking different. As far as gold, of course, gold has been. There's a little, there's a song my 6-year-old loves. It talks about zoom, zoom, zoom. We're going to the moon.
Yeah.
That's what I've been saying over and over again with gold. And I remember I read last night on X, somebody was saying, I'm going to short gold, and hopefully they just did it overnight, because of course here we are coming back into price support. The level I have is 40.14 to 19, which we hit and held overnight. Now we're testing that 786 of this swing up, but it looks like we're trying to push through that. That's at 40.67 and we're at 40.72. So really that's getting violated at this point. The target extensions off of the overnight low are 40.97 and 41.19. So I can put those in real quick so that you can see them better. I know it's hard to see these little numbers here. Oh, I accidentally deleted it. So
Oh,
that's okay because I can come to my Fibonacci Princess tool and redo it real quick. But like I said, that next level is 41.19. Above that, 40.97 for target extensions. So if we get up into that area, there again, many moves tend to terminated extensions of prior swings. You're going to want to trail up your stops and lock in those profits.
Yeah, I mean, thank you for doing that. When you get to be my age, I can't see anything to begin with. So,
Yeah, we're working on there again. We are working on that, getting those numbers bigger. I think I adjusted them on some of these other charts, but maybe I didn't on gold. But yeah, listen, I get it because that's what everybody tells me all the time. They say, hey, listen, can you make those numbers bigger? Here we are on crude. Now, crude is really interesting right now because we are really stuck between decisions. We did come down and bounce from some price support here around the 50% retracement, around 61. But we're up against some resistance again, and that resistance area is 62.99 to 63.18, which happens to correlate with the 50 SMA. So I do need to get those moving averages on this chart. But if you're looking to short crude, I like that 62.99 to 63.18 area. You could put your stop just above that. If you could risk a little bit higher, you could go to that 63.41 to 63.43 area. Crude is kind of in an indecision point at this point. I mean, it does have all the moving averages on the side of the bears, but there again, too, if you trade crude, you understand how the slippage can look also. So just be careful.
yeah, for sure. Well, Tammy, thank you so much for being with me on Friday. I'm so happy you're back with me. Always a pleasure to talk to you live in front of people, not in front of people. It doesn't matter. Thank you for being here.
Thank you so much for having me again, Jim. It's a pleasure always to be on Ninja Trader TV.
All right, all right. Remember, we're going to put that X handle into the live chat. Everybody follow Tammy. It's a great follow, and I look forward to talking to you again, Tammy.
Yes, me too. Thank you.
All right, all right. Well, it is that time. We are ready to trade the open, and we have a wonderful young man with us today again, and that is Christian Trading Boxes. Chris is here with us. Before we get to Chris, though, I do want to pop up again. We're going to go ahead and are we going to announce? Is it 9 o'clock? Are we going to announce Engineer Bear first with Chris or without Chris? Okay. All right. So we have. I think we're going to go ahead and announce the winners of the Engineer Bear, Bunny Bear. Thank you guys so much for your generosity. A couple of great trading books. And do we have a winner, folks? I'm checking. Oh, we do. Drunk Radish. Drunk Radish is the winner. Thank you, Drunk Radish. We appreciate you, man, being here as well. I appreciate everybody in the community being here as well. But special shout out to Engineer Bear and Bunny. I know you guys you're traveling for a couple weeks and you're out the door in a minute, but we'll coordinate later on how to get the book out to Drunk Radish. But very awesome, man. Thank you for that. All right. Giveaways aren't done. We got another one. Let's get ready. Let's trade the open with Chris. Chris, how are you, man?
Hey Jim, I'm doing well. How about you?
I just want to talk about this Engineer Bear thing one more time. I mean, so you guys are all giving away stuff for the celebration of the folks. It's such a fantastic thing to do. We appreciate, I'm going to be giving something away. Delia's going to be have a member of the community that should be on the receiving end, wanting to be on the giving end. That was pretty nice.
Yeah, it's awesome. I don't know, you were giving something away. Can you share or not yet?
No, not yet. We'll get into it next week.
Okay.
We'll get into it next week. It'll be good though. It'll be good. My initial thought was, well, I'm going to send a bottle of Melfi's gin to somebody, but I don't think the powers that be like the idea of sending alcohol to folks without across state lines. So, well, it'll be something cool though. I promise.
Awesome. I'm looking forward to it.
Yeah, but now you're all now. This is your time, right? You're also gonna your gift is awesome. Let's talk about it.
Yeah, so I'm going to be giving away an Urban Miller chair since we're on the desk all the time. And so uh, we start the giveaway or the countdown at I believe 10 a.m. and it goes up until 10:45. And then at that time I will be we'll share who the winner is.
That's awesome, and that's a nice chair.
Yeah.
I mean, that's not just like, your everyday office chair. That is a sweet, sweet chair. That's awesome, man. Thank you for doing that.
Yeah, no worries. I'm glad to help out with you guys to give something back.
It's funny, the little things make a big difference when you're trading, right? I mean, you want to be comfortable. You want to be, relaxed. You want to be healthy, of course. But, little stuff like having the right monitor set up, having the right computers, having the right internet connection, be plugged in if you can instead of
Yep.
Wi-Fi, being comfortable in your chair. I'm bringing it to the chair. I'm bringing it back to the chair, Chris. But all that stuff's important, right? I mean, you want to be in a good environment because you have enough, demons in your head when you're trading live money.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, well, you're also sitting down for, I don't know, gosh, 8, 10 hours, uh, trading and maybe doing other things, and you need a good chair, definitely.
Yeah, for sure. Well, awesome. All right, so we'll get that announcement going a little later. You guys are going to see that link inside the chat. Again, thank you everybody for being here with us. Thank you for the thumbs up and the subscriptions. So let's talk about the markets, man. It's funny because I quoted you yesterday because I am getting folks saying, "Well, the bubble's coming. It's time to get short and all this stuff." And I'm like, "Hey, remember what Chris told us last time he was here? The trend is the trend. It is what it is. You can't front run it. You just got to look at it and kind of determine what the trend is. And equity markets, it's still strong."
Yeah, it's very it's easier to sort of have the bias and maybe see some economic or fundamental news that contradict the market, but this market has been nonstop and it will serve us best if we continue to just follow that and align with it. And we continue to have these higher highs, higher lows. I'll go into the trade plan for this morning. We had a amazing day. I heard you talking with Tammy about that. Amazing day yesterday. It was nonstop. It was just beautiful. What that pretty much, how that was created or triggered was we had broken out of this 2 week wedge box consolidation that we were in. We were sort of chopping around yesterday, not yesterday, 2 days up until 2 days ago. Then we had a pullback just to back test that breakout again, right? You can see that in NQ. All we did was come back down to that breakout. We consolidated all night after that drop. I think that drop came from Oracle and the limited margins that they were making, something like that. And then we triggered. So, I talk about this higher high, higher low structure here. Ever since this breakout, the pullback yesterday was the first higher low into a rising 9MA, an uptrend essentially. And all we did was bounce from that support area to make a new higher high. So that's an uptrend by definition, right? It's a higher high, higher low out of a contraction area. It can't get any more simpler than that. And so now that we have created this higher high, higher low, can we do the same on this 4-hour time frame? We had another breakout from this range in NQ, and now we are consolidating, maybe possibly pulling back a little bit more before we potentially bounce. And so if we do pull back, can that happen into the 250s area? This week's sort of swing highs? Or do we fail there and we come back down to test prior week lows, maybe 110s, 120s, but we just have to continue to see this time frame continuity and say, okay, on the daily, we're in this higher high, higher low structure. On the 4-hour, can we replicate the same structure? And then can we apply that then to the trade plan? So for yes, here real quickly, exactly the same. Can we hold any potential pullback to 67.90s and continue? So that sort of gives me the framework of how to sort of prepare my trade plan. Then when I come down here on the hourly and say, okay, can we, we're now creating an hourly 50 EMA wedge after this beautiful hourly 90-MA uptrend. We're consolidating prices, consolidating these recent gains. If we can hold any potential pullback to London's low, maybe a failed breakdown, like a quick one right there, we can attempt higher and push up into 410s, either reject or form acceptance and then see higher, or we do pull back and do a more traditional back test of the swing highs around 250s. And maybe at that point, buyers are, show up and we bounce. Or if not, then we can tell that this might be a little bit of a hard retracement and we're going back down all the way again to prior week highs. This breakout, where at that point I can look for a reversal attempt. A little bit of the same in ES, but NQ has been stronger, way stronger due to semis and software. But so ES is still sort of hanging around here above prior week highs. If we can pull back, if we do pull back, I want to see if we can hold either the London low 6790s area and then see if we can attempt that follow through higher from the daily push higher that we had. If not, we can form acceptance at 6790s and then pull down into the yesterday's hourly breakout at 6773. But so far, there's nothing bearish about this. Look, shorts can still make money, and a lot of people do, but I consider those as a zone-to-zone opportunity versus really capturing a big move like what we had yesterday.
Yeah, I mean that my first reaction every time you do a trade your trade plan for the day is it's well thought out, it's comprehensive. You look at different time frames and you analyze the market in a methodical way, and then you create a trade plan for the day. And that's so important. So many people don't. So many people look at a chart and they throw some lines on and they say, "All right, I'm going to do this. I'm going to wait for, I'm going to wait. I don't have a plan. I don't have a course of action that I'm going to follow, even if it's an if then." So that's what makes your trade plan so great. I mean, how long? I'm sure it's took a long time to develop it to where it's at right now, but it seems like you use this every single day.
Yeah, it takes me at least 30 minutes in the morning, maybe 40 minutes to really write it out and make sure. I mean, it's just, what we sort of have to, I think we all can agree that trading success is being stuck in the right feedback loop. And part of my own feedback loop that helps me stay consistently focused on the current trend is I focusing on the trend that we have here across many time frames and living in it on a day-to-day basis so I can make possibly the best decisions for my account. So it took a while, definitely, but it's a big requirement for me to continue to succeed.
Yeah, my guess is then after you're done trading, you're going to look back and say, "All right, how did my trade plan jive with what really happened?"
Yeah, so I do a trade review. I record a trade review that takes me 15, 20 minutes. And that's part of that feedback loop. And then in the evenings, I do a daily update just to remind myself, hey, where are we on the daily? So in the morning, it's fresh. And it's just, I mean, I live and breathe the markets.
Yeah, but really, you're doing the work. You're doing, the will to win is not as important as the will to prepare to win, right? Somebody once said that. I don't know who, but this is the will to prepare to win, right? It's not. It's harder than the will to win, right? You have to do this extra work when there's probably other stuff that you'd enjoy doing, right? I mean, especially after you're done trading. But no, you're going to get that discipline, you're going to focus, and you're going to just crank it out, and it's going to be part of your process. And then you get that muscle memory, and then that's how you become successful.
Yeah. Yeah. So I suggest it for everybody, work on your trade plan, create one, review your trades, and enter this feedback loop that can just help you iterate until you reach more consistency.
Yeah, awesome, man. All right. Well, I see you got a trade cooking right now. I am going to dip into the chat right now, and I'm going to be rooting for you and taking notes. So I appreciate the giveaway, everybody in the chat. Thank you for the thumbs up for Chris because he's spectacular. So good luck today, man.
Thank you. Yeah, so look, hey guys, first, good morning to everybody. Thanks, Jim. Have a good weekend, all right? We'll see you soon, I think next week. Yeah, likewise. All right, guys. Good morning to all. So actually, that's a good question. What somebody said, what about the rest of the world that's watching your videos and likes them and subscribe? So I'm gonna add on my own giveaway here. I'll give away a year's worth of a membership to my private trading group that I have. So you guys can have a chance, international people can have a chance to join. So production at the same time as we do the Herman Miller chair, we'll do another sort of I don't know if we're spinning the wheel or whatever it is, to give away a year of membership. Yeah. We'll be able to do that at the same time around 10:45 Eastern, right? So, guys, we want to make sure we're taking care of everybody, our U.S. and Canadian folks, and then our international people, because I know there's a lot of people out there. I talk to you guys from Spain, from France, I talked to you guys from Mexico, from Amsterdam, the United Kingdom, I mean, just all over the place. Singapore, there's a lot of people in my group from all over the world, and India, Brazil. Yeah, beautiful. So let's take care of you guys, all right? I'll give away a year membership to my group so you guys can learn the education, learn with us, trade, and hopefully what we cover in the room, what I share helps you guys in any way. So good morning to all. Morocco, that's awesome. DTS Trader, there's a link, a couple comments above you. If not, we'll keep posting them. Don't worry. Oh, actually, at the top of the top chat here on YouTube, you can sign up. Well, this is for the Herman Miller. We'll put up another one for the group later on. Don't worry. All right, so let's discuss my trade here. Hey, thanks, Jose. See, Jose's in the group. We have a couple people from the group. DTS Trader just joined us. Sorona, I see you, Sorona. Good seeing you. Gary just joined us. Adam as well. Spencer. Good morning to all. All right, so this embodied Jesus as well. Thanks, Tim. Hi, guys. Hi, BDDA. All right, guys. So I have a small trade here, and it's small because my risk is half R. It's only 20 points. So my average is maybe 3/4. My average is just 30 to 40 points. We had a 90-minute reversal on a lower time frame here that I'm trying to see if we can, the idea here is that I capture a lower time frame 90-minute reversal inside the wedge, and then if that triggers, we can break out of this wedge, and then my lower time frame reversal entry was a way for me to manage less risk, right? And capture the breakout. So that was the idea of my long. And we'll see if that plays out like that. It was a very big day yesterday for both futures and swings. I know some of you guys swing trade. By the way, what a move in that AMD, right? I'm so lucky to have been in that. And so it's just the swing, it's just such a strong bullish market that we continue to see higher prices. And then NVIDIA's gapping up today. Yeah, AMD, beautiful. All right, guys. So I'm hearing from our lovely Savannah here that the link was updated, and what they will do is they will pick two winners, one international, one domestic. The domestic winner will, of course, get the chair, and the international winner will get a free year of hot dogs from Costco. I'm just kidding. It'll be a free year of membership to my group. All right, so use the same link. Yeah, domestic in Canada people. Use the same link. We have 275 people in there. Use the same link for both the Urban Millet Chair and then a year's worth of subscription or membership. Can I enter in my own membership? Is that fraud? Uh, all right, so thanks, Sav. We're just chopping around here, though. Guys, for my Tuesdays with Merit, 5 weeks of chop. What a crazy. I can enter, but they won't pick me, so. You're only in it for the Costco hot dogs? I don't know what that means. Short life. The current charts are lying? We're talking about the link? Okay, let's see. We have 10 minutes here. Costco has calzones now. Those things are a lot. I've never eaten one. Yes, surprised by that. I can't eat a lot of food because of my health condition. Guys, I haven't had sweets. I haven't had like candy or ice cream since there's chocolate in protein bars, but nothing sweet like that for like 5 years now. Yeah, Adam makes a good point here. You have to make sure you're liked, you like the stream in order to win the giveaways. All right, guys. That Urban Millet chair is sick. Okay, I'm gonna have to buy one myself this year. Time for a new one. I don't know if that's the name of the link, Neil. Gleam? Maybe, I don't know. I have not tried that sap. I gotta look that up. The last thing I would eat was these. It was called Sundays. They were cookies for people with diabetes, so they had no sugar. And to me, they tasted like Oreos. To my friends that I shared, it tasted like cardboard box, like cardboard. So, but it's just been so long that I've had cookies like that to me they were amazing. And I ordered a lot of them, and they shut down recently. It's just very hard to have sort of, I mean, amazing what they're doing, right? They created these desserts for people with diabetes, but at the same time they're kind of expensive. So I see why they couldn't succeed, and very unfortunate. Yeah, Oreos are not good for you. I did find these sugar-free cinnamon buns from the farmer's market, and I've been buying those as my treat. But I still no candies, no ice cream. I miss ice cream. I was a big ice cream person. I would go all around LA trying new spots. Oh, Rack City called it. Yeah, right? Sab, I agree. Keto ice cream? No, I never looked into it. I should try it. I don't eat cheese. I can't even eat burgers, guys. And it's crazy. I will eat like the meat and the lettuce and stuff. It's just the buns have too much stuff. All right, so let's see if we can break out of this. Again, we are on the 4 hour here. ES is leading, and is our small caps strong right now? Is that what it is? Pretty flat. So we just broke out of this beautiful reversal yesterday, right? It was just amazing. I was lucky enough to have caught all of that. And now we're consolidating. Are we possibly going to break out higher from here on the 4 hour? Or do we pull back in ES to 67.90s and then maybe bounce, right? In NQ, can we hold this recent sort of higher low? And then push out? If not, can we pull back? But it's a wait and see. I do have a good entry here that I'm risking just half of my usual to see if we do get a push up. Let's see where my R multiples are. I gotta move this right here. I gotta remove this. But we'll see if it goes. If it doesn't and I take a stop, then I will just wait to see if we do get that pullback. And then see what happens. All right. But you guys know my plan. I'm usually always buying pullbacks into support. Nothing has changed. Sometimes it won't work. Sometimes I'll have stops. But then yet days like yesterday, I will ride that whole move, right? Like you guys know me, I like to trail and trend, and I rode this whole move higher. $296 is your pullback area? Sure, the lows, yeah. What kind of tacos do I eat? Look, that's what I can eat, because look, it's just tortillas and meat, right? Neil, I don't know if that's a joke or not. I can't go carnivore, Wayne. It's too much high carnivore, high protein diet is not healthy for somebody with kidney disease and chronic kidney disease that has gone through 2 kidney transplants. No alcohol for sure. I haven't had that in years. All right, let's see if we can, we have 2 minutes here. If we do not push out here, then I'll probably take a stop, and then I'll wait and see for a potential next setup here. Hey, don't feel bad for me. I have a second chance at life. Third chance now. It's my second kidney. So look, I'll do whatever I need to do to remain healthy. I've seen naturopath doctors for many years. I've tried it all. I spend a lot of money. They're investments, right? Investment in my health. In naturopathic doctors, Eastern doctors, Tibet doctors, acupuncture, chiropractic, everything that you can think of, everything. I've taken herbal, medicine for years, like just everything, supplements, whatever it is. And we just have to, focus on our health. Like this is what I'm doing here. What I'm get to do here is a blessing, right? I get to show up and do what I love, and after what I've been through. Not only that, but not a lot of people can do that. So I'm thankful for that. Every day is a gift, and we can't forget that. All right, we have a minute here into the open. We have London's high at 344, which might create some sort of a rejection, but let's see if we can push out here and trigger this hourly breakout. I do got to keep an eye on my swings though. All right, guys, as you guys know, I swing trade a lot, and got to keep an eye on those. All right, let's see if we can hold here. Come on. No luck. All right, so let's see what takes place now. ES is a little bit stronger. Oh, what a gap down in Tesla. Very little, but not best. All right, let's see if we can pull back to support now, which is this 250s, 260 area in NQ, or London's low, overnight low, which is right around here. ES is hanging around here. It's not really moving here. Oh, I have the 5-minute up. I want the 2-minute. Oh, it would be something if they just took me out before it goes up. ES is leading the move higher. Look at that. Look at ES here. Pushing out already. NQ is the one that's struggling. All right, NQ pretty much flat. Let's see which one's right, which one's wrong, right? We have a little bit of divergence here between the both. There's just a waiting game now to see if we can come back down into some sort of support area that I'm watching here, or we all right, let's see. Either ES holds this breakout, right? We have a higher high, higher low, and then maybe we hold and push up, or we get a failed breakout and we just move lower while NQ takes us lower to first. The first stop would be this 296 area, the overnight low, London low. So let's see what happens here or into 250s, but that is the spot that I want to look for my reversal setup. What are you guys looking at here? Ooh, Dallas. Hoping for the best, my friend. Oh, I've read all of Joe Dispenza's books. All right, so pull back here in NQ at the open. ES kind of flat here. I mean, you had a little bit of a push higher, but it's still in this overnight range area. I mean, you figured that we'll go through some sort of consolidation today versus due to the type of move we had yesterday. Gary, I don't look at gold or copper, my friend. Yeah, Dr. Joe is the best. All right, so we're still kind of flat. All right, we're into the overnight low. We do have a divergence here. NQ took that out. ES is nowhere near there. ES is pretty much flat here. Let's see if this becomes a failed breakdown. Yeah, mixed market here. ES has cyclicals that are supporting it, and a little bit of some red names, some green names. We got long 296. Still no reversal set up for me. What we have here is a move into this overnight low. We have our first lower low. No bounce yet to create a lower high. So we need to see if we continue lower into 260s. We have to now reverse over this sort of area here. This is like the most immediate resistance. Oh yeah, cost is up on that. Yeah, look at that. Yeah, JPM strong. Financials, look, financials have been pretty sideways since August 20, the 20th, 25th. So I'm looking at those names for a long. And that's what's helping ES stay up here. You have financials that are strong, small caps. What are they doing? What's RTY doing? RTY is strong. So we're seeing a little bit of rotation here taking place. NQ won't give up. Banks report next week. So that's good. I just realized that we might then continue this range that we've been in well, we're seeing higher in SPY and QQQ. No movement here in NQ. ES is stronger, not necessarily strong. Just in this range here. Wait, oh, I have the 5 minute up. I need the 2 minute. Okay, so we do have our first lower low, lower high in this 90-minute downtrend right here. And we're pushing lower. ES might fail here. It's still okay. Morning, guys. Hey, go enter at the giveaway here at the link for those of you who just joined. But you can only win if you like the stream, right, guys? So those are part of the rules. You got to like the stream, and then you got to go sign up to win the Erman Miller chair, which I have 540 entries now, or a year's worth membership to the group Paradigm Shift Trading that I have. All right, so ES is sort of not failing. I don't want to say that, but it just has no follow through higher, and possibly this is a failed breakout to then see move lower to this overnight bottom. Lucas, I'm giving away the year's membership for you guys who are international to get a chance to win. All right, we continue lower. So if we're not going to hold this overnight low in NQ, then we're most likely going to see this 250. So let me bring back this video here. We're moving lower here. So scenario 1 is currently off the table at the moment. Can we see scenario 2 now, which is move down to test these swing highs at 260, and then we bounce? Because then what we'll need to see is acceptance there in order to push back down to prior week high, this 180, 190 area. So, but as of now, we are breaking lower from this hourly wedge. ES is still in this hourly wedge, so we need to see if maybe we come down to London's low and then reverse. Maybe we're looking to create some sort of doji on the weekly here. Maybe shorts make the most sense, even though we're in an uptrend. So let me close. I gotta work on my swings here for a bit. All right, we're testing this 260 zone. Where's ES? ES is down to that overnight range support. Let's see if this is where we find. We're also at the 4-hour 9 MA, where we're ideally looking for that higher low. If it doesn't hold, then we are going lower. Wow, what a reversal on Netflix, huh? ES is hanging out there. Let's see if NQ, what we can generate here in NQ here. Let's see if this turns into a lower low, lower high, and then maybe reversal, or we form acceptance here. Yes, close to that overnight low. All right, ES just took out that low, and we're into that 93 area. We're coming into that support here that ideally we hold and see a bounce. If we fail to hold here, then at this point, we'll see a larger move down to the downside. And I'm trying to think here on what the weekly candle is forming. I mean, if we flip back down, then the weekly will just be a doji. All right, we're into the support area. 230 to 250 is this where I'm liking a low to show up. So I'm going to be looking for a reversal down here, because what will then need to happen is if we're not going to hold this sort of area here, this initial support, then we're going to see a move lower, like a much aggressive move. And in my opinion, we need acceptance here to break that and then go all the way down to 185. Now, I say we need acceptance, but sometimes, price won't form acceptance and it will just trigger a just continuation nonstop. All right, we're getting a good low here. We need to get those likes up though, guys, for the I mostly place long trades, very, very. I would say 90% of my trades are long. Just because we're in an uptrend, right? I can't say that. Like, for me to be shorting an uptrend this whole year, it just, yeah, guys, the like button doesn't cost anything. We're giving away an Ermine Millet chair, and then a year's worth of membership to my group for those international people to have a chance at joining in this big celebration of the 150 subscribers, right? All right, so ES came down into that support, the 93. We also took out that overnight low. I want to see where NQ's also here. I need that lower high, and it looks like we're bouncing into it, but it might not give me an entry here. Typically, what we need here for me to engage in is a lower low, lower high into the 9 MA, and then reject a little bit to confirm I have the lower high, right? So this is a good example of what happens when my setup doesn't. Let me go over that. So this is not even though we're bouncing and reversing, it's not meeting my entry rules because I am looking to enter, if we're in a downtrend, right? Lower low, lower high, lower low, lower high. The reversal takes place when we reclaim the last lower high. Why? Because when we do that, we now enter a higher high, higher low, higher high. So I need the lower high in order to be my trigger for a long entry. Where is the lower high here? We don't have that, right? Into the 9MA, we don't have that. We have a breakdown, lower low, lower high. It's tough to say if that's the lower high. It's just it's part of the breakdown. We push down and then we're bouncing into the 9MA where we're supposed to see that lower high and reject, but we broke right through that. So this is a good example of an area, a location that I'm looking for a long, but my entry rules are not met, right? But if you guys are long, fantastic. But I there's just no entry requirement for me to join in this. Oh, the link's not working, guys. Sav. Lower high, because we need a lower high to be put in into the 9MA to create the trigger entry for me. We got a lower high, we reject a little bit, and then we push up. We don't have that. So there's no entry here for me. And I'm missing this move. And I have to be okay with that, right? Because that will happen. I mean, I could have been aggressive and said, okay, if I'm going to take an aggressive long here, right? But I wasn't not looking for an aggressive entry. ES did what I'm looking for. Let me see. So look, a quick note on this. There are times that I've noticed, wow, look at this. And funny, I was just going to go into this. There are times that I noticed that, I mean, look at ES, new lows. No, who said that ES made what I'm looking for? No, no, because look, we bounce into the 9MA to create the lower high, lower low, bounce into the 9MA, lower high, rejection, right? So something that I want to share here is that what I've noticed is that when we don't create the lower high into the 9MA, then because look, the thing is that when we don't respect the 9MA and we push up to the 2050 EMA, that is way too far already. Think of it like this. How can I enter a long up here and have my stop up here with such a big risk when I need my risk reward, my risk ratio to be somewhere like right here to right here? You see that difference? I need to make sure my risk is always the same respective to the parameters that I created. So some of the things that I've noticed over time is that when we don't create that lower high into the 9MA, it's prone to failure, meaning we can see a move back down to lows. And that's exactly what we saw in ES. Well, ES created that lower high and then rejected. So no trigger for me because of that rule, and it's saving me. Right? We can make new lows. ES is dropping pretty hard. Let's see why that is. Apple breaking down. So hopefully that give you guys some insight into my entry rules. Takeaway, thanks. Oh, Naceros, I love that. So you're combining Pax's 30-second open with the daily game plan that I create. Fantastic. Like this is what I tell people in my group all the time. The trade plan is a much better trader than me. Focus on that, right? Like I'm not there to share my trades. Um, you can use them as feedback to what you're doing, but it is the trade plan that is that, right? So let's go back to the trade plan here. We had a pretty big failed breakout in ES. ES so far failing to hold the 67.90. So we're seeing a big flip against prior week high. So you can imagine that on the weekly, we have our higher high here, higher low, and then we went new weekly higher high and now failing. So if a weekly flip below prior week high, that is bearish. It can take time to unfold because it's a weekly, but that's just a sign of that. On NQ, we're back down to that 50s area. So like I said, this is scenario 2 that we're seeing. Can we hold here and then bounce? If not, we form acceptance and look for a prior week high test. So if we form acceptance, then I can look for a short, but I don't exactly have that at the moment, okay? I do got to keep an eye on my swings here. Let me read some. Okay. So the link should be good now, guys. Let's see. Yeah, the giveaway works. 750 of you. Look, guys, if there's 750 of you, how many likes do we have? We have 444. We need that ratio to be better. We need at least 600 likes for 700 people signing up. Come on, you're gonna get a good fancy chair, or you get a membership to my trade reviews, my trade plan on a morning. I update the education constantly. It's a great community we have there. It's really, it's not big. I'm not a fan of like those 1,000 member groups. I like to give my time to help and really answer questions, and because I grow as a trader as well, the more I help and answer those questions. So it's a great community in there. All right, so NQ's holding. We never broke this 260s. ES is below that 67.90, so maybe we trigger that reversal now. But we did make a new low actually here. You can see that here. We did make a new low. So if I would have chased this long, I would have been stopped out. And thankfully I didn't. My entry rule was not met. Right, we blasted right above that 9 MA, tested that resistance that I talked about here at 314 and then rejected back down. So technically, in order for bulls to survive or thrive again, we need above this 315 area in order to break out higher. Okay, below that, we're stuck in a little range, but also we can break lower. Let me change this to red. All right, that you can see that as resistance, right? Yeah, there's 1,000 of you in here. How many likes? We have 486. We can do better. Do better. Where's that from? Yeah, what happened with Netflix? What a big jump. You can't like it twice, Amelia. That means you unliked it. We're at 508. That's better, guys. Look, you must be Ninja's sharing here. You must be in the chat at 10:45 Eastern in order to claim the price. All right, guys? Yeah, that's what happened with Netflix. Kane, you can't apply, okay? I'm sorry. This is just for the chat, my guy. We all know you already have an Ermin Miller chair, Kane. I don't know. Those glasses are pretty sick. I can use a pair. I hear Kane's coming with 20 for everybody in Naples. Yes, pretty weak. Are you short, Kane? I know you're liking these shorts up here. Yo, this Netflix had a crazy reverse. I'd love to be in there. Nvidia is so close to 200. That's one of my bigger positions. Beautiful push in Nvidia. So NQ is just chopping around. ES is weak. Let's see what we continue to get. NQ just in this range. What are we doing here? Big reversal in ES though. It flipped prior week's highs. That's especially at these highs. I mean, that's gonna be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 days in this range for ES. And we're creating that weekly doji. So the main area here to test is this yeah, this ES is very weak. Let's see if we can what we can get here in NQ. We are weak. ES is weak. Next area for support in ES is this 6770s. We now need to reclaim 93 in ES. NQ still holding 250s, 260s area. So if we are to break down from here, what I would need is some sort of wedge structure, which we're sort of getting. I don't want this one. If we can form a little bit of acceptance here, maybe there's a breakdown trade there to follow what ES is doing if we're going to be seeing a big reversal. If not, we're just most likely going to bounce here and we'll see what happens. But it might be choppy if we stay in this range here. Yeah, it's that time to look. If we are going to see some sort of high where we enter a pullback, it's right now, this time window, because as we get closer to the holidays, it's the buying season is going to come back again, and the type of year we've had, it's very hard to not think that we won't see a good close on the year. So if we do get a pullback, it's now in October before a mid-November, December rally into the year end. Ooh, Gary, that's tough. Yeah, it's just hard not to not think that we won't close the year strong. All right, so we're potentially building this wedge here. You know what I'll do today, guys? I'll trade half size so I can trade around this, and I'll follow trend structure specifically. Yeah, but we were short life. That's something for like the last week of December. Can we see a breakout here? We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 5-minute candles. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I'll try along here if we get a reversal. And then I'll look to see what happens. We have we're building 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I mean, this is the area to hold for now, but we're stuck between support and resistance. We're just chopping around. And we can still move lower. So I am interested in a short just because of where we are here on the daily and weekly, but we're getting that support. So the first target would be up here. I don't want that. It's this one. See, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 candles. We don't have for those in the group, we don't have a 9MA no trend in time yet on the 5-minute, but we can form one and then that'll create enough energy for a move. Now, ES is attempting that reversal here now. You can see if we track the 9MA downtrend, we have a lower low, lower high, second lower low, second lower high, third lower low. When we get to that second, third lower low, that's where the trend ends. We now need to create some sort of relief bounce and either create a wedge and break out higher or lower. But if we cannot reclaim 93, we won't see that. Yeah, NQ is still fairly weak. I do like the short idea here. So let me wait and see here. This is what I'll do. I'll close this. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So I'm trading half size here just to be a little bit more active. I do want to be in this move here. We're consolidating here for the last 30 minutes. And this is, if we're not going to be able to bounce, we're stuck. We bounced into that overnight low. We rejected a couple of times. So we can't reclaim that at the moment. That is not a good sign in the short term. So let's see, what time is it? 9 minutes. And all right, I do like the short idea here. Let's see if we can do another little bounce and then reject, and then I'll be looking to short. So at this moment, this could be acceptance of this zone here, failing to bounce above this 293, which was that overnight low. I haven't looked at the chat in a bit. Just focused on this. I'll go back to you guys in a sec. Can you call out my numbers? What numbers? SPY's right at the weekly open. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. We have a 9 MA no trend in time now forming on the 5-minute. It's a 8 to 12 candle consolidation. And we're creating energy for a move here. We're into the 4-hour 9 MA. So we're at support, and we need to see if this is going to hold or not. If not, I'll be looking for a short here shortly. We're the 5-minute candle, we're stuck. We have an inside. We're pretty much stuck on the 5-minute inside this little range here. We're stuck in this range. So the 292 to 50 area, we need to see a move away from that. Still weak. I mean, the 5-minute candles are just getting smaller and smaller. If we were to get a move, it's from this next candle here. Where am I placing my orders? I mean, I'm looking at a wedge break here. That's my setup. You can't see that, Gary? Is it the maybe you have to change the settings to 1080? All right, we're still holding here. So far, a little bit of a choppy morning after that initial drop. We failed to reclaim this recent support here at 315, right, on that first initial test. We broke below the overnight low, London's low, and then my London's low, I have different settings. And then we tested that again. So we rejected once from resistance, twice here. And now we're consolidating down here. So if we can't bounce out of here, then we're going to see price action saying lower, right? Everything from a sort of a data perspective, the data has been bearish so far. Now we're into support into a higher time frame area. So this can obviously break higher. And we're creating the energy right now. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 candles on the 5-minute consolidating here. So we have our wedge here. I'm looking to participate in this wedge structure because we're still at that support area. Oh. All right, so let's see if we break down. We're attempting that breakdown now. I'm going to put my stop up here above the wedge, the last wedge touch. There's where I'm managing my risk on this short idea. Now let's see if there's follow through. We need a new lower low, lower high. If it doesn't, then it will fail and I'll have a tiny stop. I mean, this is a 17-point stop and I have less size, right? So I'm trying to manage. I'm doing a little bit of active trading here to make sure that I position myself for the break here. And I can, so what I'm going to be doing here is I'm going to be tracking this 9MA lower low, lower high the best that I can in order to see if we do break lower. If not, I have a tiny risk, tiny stop, I should say. My risk is small. My size is smaller and the risk in the trade is smaller, right? So I'm risking less overall in order to make sure I can be in this move here. So let's see if we can break down here after attempting this wedge breakdown. If we do not, then we're going to create a lower low, lower high, and then we're going to get a reversal back up. Okay. So I'm still watching that. But so far, from a data point perspective, price has told us sellers, 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 right? We had sellers here on this test and rejected back down. We had sellers here on this test of this overnight low and rejected back down. So everything so far has told us lower. Now we need to see if that's true. We need to see a follow through from this breakdown. If not, this will fail. We need a lower low, lower high, lower low. So let's see what we get here. Now I need to track my art multiples here. My stop up here. Because the next area is prior week lows. If we truly fail this will be prior week lows at 200 area. But again, we're still at support. So that's the reason I'm trading a little bit smaller here in the short, because I'm still in an uptrend. We're still we're just pulled back into support area. However, I do agree that we're very extended here, and we did a prior week high flip, and yes, that's bearish. And for NQ, we might get that now. So let's see if we can. If not, this will be a 2-minute failed breakdown, and I'm going to move my stop up to this 9MA lower high here. I know you guys can't see it, but I'm trading my process a little bit fast here to manage this, okay? So I'm going to move my stop to the last lower high. And we need to see a breakdown here lower now. I'm doing a little bit of active trading here. Okay, so we had this. Let's see here. No, it's still good. We had this breakdown attempt here. And we put in our lower low, lower high. And so I moved my stop down to that lower high, right? So I got taken out. I had less risk. Now, I'm still watching this because maybe my stop was a little bit too tight on that. No, I still like it. If we bounce back up, it's just going to be choppy then. I mean, this action this 5-minute candles are so small. That's why I'm doing a little bit of active trading just to show like the trend structure that we follow. Let me bring down my size even more. 8 is fine. All right, I'm going to put that on again. I'm going to put my stop above this recent high. And I'm going to look for that breakdown that I'm looking for. And if we reverse back up, then I'll take that stop. All right, we're seeing lower. ES is seeing lower. We need to see a big follow through here in NQ. Next area of support is this prior week highs at 195.200. So ideally, the main target is down here. But we need to see if we do break lower. If not, this is going to fail. Where was my original entry? Probably like right here, right? And then my stop was right here. So it hit 1R. So I'm going to do let me remove some of these drawings. I'll look at the chat in a second, guys. But what I'm trying to show you here, guys, is just a little bit more active trading around a specific 5-minute consolidation. And this price action is just so tight, you can't really see anything. But I'm trying to showcase the 9MA trend that we look to capture over time and how it moves, right? So we had that wedge consolidation. So I'm not really looking for big gains today. I made my money yesterday. What I'm looking here is I've dropped down my size. I'm dropping my risk down so I can be a little bit more creative with my trading today, if that makes sense, to focus more on the education aspect of this area. Now, ES is having the follow through that we wanted, not NQ. Let me put this back up here. So if there's no follow through in ES, oh gosh, and NQ, then we're going to reverse back up. No. All right, we're not going to see the follow through lower. Let's see if we trigger that reversal back up now. So now what I'm going to be focused on is the reversal from this. Pretty much what we had was and I'll look at the chat in a second here. So if this fails, I'll look to get backed up. Yeah. I know, DT. I'm just looking at the other my other monitors here. All right, so I'm gonna buy 8 now. If this fails, I'm actually gonna Let me bring down my size a little bit more, and I'll just focus with 6 contracts. So I'm pretty much trading the current structure to follow the 9MA trend that we're in. So we had this wedge breakdown in NQ, okay? We put in our first lower low. We are a lower high here. Let me remove this because you can't really see. Okay, here's our wedge contraction. We broke lower. We have a lower low, and this is our lower high. Can we reject back down, or do we trigger a 9MA reversal back up? So if we do that, then I'm going to be looking to get long here again, and I'm just, again, looking to capture the move away from this on a smaller, with smaller risk, just to show that what can happen when we follow. So this is sort of like, you know, in my head, this is, I'm testing out if this is going to be a good approach for me to trade in the competition that we're going to have, the Arena Cup. So I'm either thinking that I go into like scalper mode and I trade the 2-minute wedge structure consistently, just following the 9MA trend, or do I go into like swing trading approach and I just trail right my move. Yeah, we're not really seeing much. And CLS pulling back a lot. Yeah, we need CLS and F. They're just consolidating, not bad. Yeah, not much is happening here. We remain in a ES specifically remains in a big range here. It's creating energy for a move. We remain weak. Failure to bounce and hold, then we will see prior week highs in NQ. $200. Let me go back to my. It's a lot of drawings here, but I hope it makes sense what I'm doing. I mean, this is, again, I'm testing out to see what will work for me for the competition. Since there's really nothing much going on in here in NQ again, right? So I'm just in scalping mode to see if that works for me. Yes, yeah, ES is much weaker and trending. We need NQ to drop now and trend with it. But we did have, you know, for those who know what this is, we did have a 9MA no trend in time on the 5-minute. That broke down. That was an internal wedge structure here. All right, so we had that wedge. We had our breakdown here, lower low, lower high. And now let's see if there's follow through. If not, this is just going to continue to be maybe choppy. And then at that point, reverse back up. Right. So I'm wrong on the trade and I'll look for a long if we go back above that. So either we're chopping around here before lower, and this is acceptance of that support, or we reclaim and then move back up into this overnight resistance over here. So those are my two scenarios here for the most immediate structure here that we have. Right, either this is going to lead to a move lower to prior week high, which is, can we see that? Yeah, right here. See this prior week high. So let me add a line there. All right, so this is a move there. Let me change this to red. Yeah, that looks horrible. So we're either moving to prior week highs in NQ, and this is just consolidation acceptance of this as we sort of break down, or we'll trigger a reversal above 276, 277. And I'm watching that on another screen. and we'll see what happens. But ideally, we get sort of some sort of flush here to break. I'd like 2R before prior week highs. All right, let's see if we can get that. All right, we need a good flush here. Guys, final 15 minutes for the giveaway. Remember, we are giving away a Ermin Miller chair and a year's worth membership for my group for those international people who cannot have a chance at winning the chair. All right, there we go. We're seeing follow through from that break. Give me a 2R here and I'll partial out. All right, beautiful. So I'm out half at 2R. I will keep the rest and look for prior week highs, which was at right. What was it? What did I say it was? 200, right? Around 200? Oh, that's a little bit too low. So it'll be, let's just say 4R. No, stop it. All right, so I'm going to recap what we just went over and pretty much what I tried to do and to help you guys, okay? Because this is a short and I hardly take shorts and I want to highlight why. So on ES, we did a weekly reversal, weekly flip. Let me show that here actually better. While I wait for this to take us to prior week highs. All right, on ES, guys, we had an hourly wedge and we flipped. We broke below it below prior week highs. You can imagine the weeklies is higher high, higher low, higher high. Failure, right? We're failing to hold prior week highs. That is bearish, especially at these highs. So we also got a little bit of the same in NQ. The first support area was 260s. And obviously in an uptrend, I'm looking for reversals, right? What happened that was different here? What did we get on the 2-minute here into that support area? We created a wedge, right? And I'm walking you step by step to what I'm doing. Here's our wedge, our 50 EMA wedge. On the 5-minute, for those who know, we had a 9 EMA NTIT. Some of you viewers out there won't know, but in the group, this is a term that we give to our day consolidation, an 8 to 12 candle consolidation in a rising or downward 9 EMA trend. So we formed that wedge. This became acceptance, guys. This is what acceptance looks like. You see this wedge, this consolidation at support. What was the data telling us that we couldn't bounce back up? Well, let me remove this. This is the wedge breakdown, obviously, but we came back and tested the breakdown, right? This was the breakdown here. We tested it here on this bounce. Now this came after moving down here. So we came, we tested support, stop it. Okay, tested support, bounced, tested resistance, rejected, okay? What happened next? This is London's low, overnight low, right? We came back and tested that again. So we had a test here of resistance, rejected. Test here now of the next resistance, rejected. After those two rejections, we formed acceptance wedge structure. Okay, this is what I teach. This is what I trade. So we then broke lower. I took a short here. I put my stop a little bit too tight. So I took a stop. Cool, no worries, right? I'm focused on teaching mode here. I got short back again. But the idea here, and let me share something. Let me share. So this is I've shared this before, but this is the exact same structure that we got. We had a 9MA downtrend, we bounced, created a wedge, right? I mean, you cannot say this is not the same thing here. Oh gosh, I don't want that. Let's see how our trade is doing. Beautiful. We're up 40 points. I'm looking for prior week highs to get hit down here and see if I can get filled out on 2 more. But let me go back into education mode. Okay, this same structure is this right here. Hopefully we're all following along. We had our wedge breakdown. We had a consolidation. You see this box here, this 9MA lower low, lower high? That is this lower low, lower high, and continuation. That is follow through to the breakdown, and that's what we want to see. So we're participating in this wedge breakdown and now seeing a new 9MA downtrend. We're now moving into prior week highs, and everything that I've talked about, that I've shared, is pretty much what took place. So we now trail to the next support area. Jay, you can it's on the YouTube. You can go back and watch this video whenever you want. So let me know if you guys have questions on this. I went into like education mode. I mean, I do like 1 or 2 trade reviews a week that are recorded and I share to the group, and I pretty much went into that mode here, where I'm breaking down the structure that we're forming in real time with you guys, right? Like I'm doing this in real time and following that structure, trading that structure, and then trailing with the 9MA trend. So we I mean, there's really not much to discuss. This is like my little library of different wedges here that I trade on NinjaTrader. And what we saw was this perfect example. Look, if we would have reversed, we would have seen this right here. Breakdown, 9MA lower low, lower high, and then reversal. But what did we do? Did we reverse from here? No. And that's one of the scenarios that I was talking about, right? So we created that lower low, lower high, and then continue lower. So this is a downtrend. My short is about to reverse. We'll see. I can't control that anymore, right? We're not at the support level that I'm looking for yet. So there's no entry here for a reversal for me. But anyways, we didn't see this, right? So the next, we're not going to see that. We're going to see this. We're going to see follow through lower in a 9MA downtrend. And that is exactly what we're in. We're in a 9MA downtrend. All right. Sorry, I went a little into education mode here. So now we just continue writing the downtrend. Okay, it's very straightforward. I'm gonna move this. No, I cannot. Can I move this like this so we can sort of, no, over here, over here. Right there. All right, so we can watch the R multiples, and then this, we have prior week highs here. So that is my main target on this breakdown here. And I need a break from talking. Oh, how many minutes do we have left, guys, for the giveaway? Six minutes left, guys. Make sure you sign up. We're giving away a fantastic chair, and then for a chance for the international people to win something, right? We are giving away a free year's membership to my group, where I share this exact process that I'm sharing here, and I trade it. I do trade reviews. I mean, it's a fantastic group. Those of you in the group can I hope can agree. and hopefully, you know, we're making points. We're making our points. We're making our money. Yesterday was a fantastic day of longs. Today, a short is paying. So let's see what happens. What would my target be in ES? Well, if you were with us from the open, my friend, you would know that my target. Wait, where's the hourly? Sorry, right here. All right, so here is the original plan from this morning. If scenario 1 failed in ES, then we would see a scenario 2, which is a push back down to 67.73. Hey, we are here. We are at the next target below. So it makes sense that we find support here, or else we form acceptance and we see scenario 2.1 and flip back down to prior day low. For NQ, if we failed scenario 2, which we did, we were form acceptance. We did. I just went over that structure, and we could pull back down to prior week high. So now let's see if we get there, okay? Hopefully that helps. I spoke a lot. I feel like I spoke a lot right there. Oh, somebody said, can we give up the chair for your membership? I'm not against that. Look, if you win the chair and if you rather have the membership to learn this, we can do another spin against and give away the chair to somebody else. But although it's a fantastic chair, so thanks guys. Thanks for the feedback. Thanks, Butters, Aaron, Serona, hey Lito, Mark, thank you, Chuck. Thank you, Chuck. Always good to see you. Excellent room. I run Monster Points, best teacher. Chris and his people in his room crush it. Fantastic. I love that. I love to hear that. Paradigm Shift Trading is the name of the group. I don't really advertise that much. I don't market it. I don't even have the website. Just because I talk to people. I say, hey, send me a message. We can talk, get to know each other for a bit. No, but seriously. I like to have conversations. To be fair, I filter people out. I mean, I'll be honest. It's not a group for YOLOers, right? We're not looking to make 1,000% in a day. Like it's a process. I want to make sure that you understand that this is a long-term game. And that you're willing to commit it to learn, right? And it takes time, right? So that's why I sort of don't market it. I want to make sure that people are in there with the right intention. If it's not a good mix, then cool, no problem, right? But if it is, we hope that you stay for a while and we can grow together. I swing trade as well. We swing trade, and we've been killing it in swing trading. Speaking of swing trading, I have to look at my swings here because they're flipping on me. I don't have a published track record. I have a track record, but it's not on Twitter. Thanks, DTS. Gavin, I'm awesome. That's what I wanted to focus on for this session here, to really hyper focus on the structure that we had. All right, guys, we have 1 minute, 1 minute until we do the giveaway, and then we will sort of spin the wheel and see if we can get to find a winner. All right, guys, so a minute here. Let's see how many we have. We have 1,000 of you in here. That's fantastic. We have 1,000 here watching. How many likes? We have 575. Get out of here. Listen, we're gonna delay the giveaway if you guys don't get those likes up, right? We just had a banger of a short. We're moving into targets. We're gonna give away a chair, and we're gonna be giving away a year's membership. My first trade was 2010. Silver trade. I was silver long in options. I only had $1,500 in the account. I doubled that, and then I lost 15 grand in that year. Guys, we gotta get those likes up. Those are rookie numbers. All right, we're so close. Come on, fill me. Are we at prior week highs? We're at prior week highs. Our target has been met. No, don't fill me, please. I'm just gonna move this. I don't care. Fill me. We're tested prior week highs. Come on. It won't fill me. Listen, if we bounce hard from here, I'm gonna be annoyed. What the heck? Guys, I look young because I have an illness, okay? I've had kidney failure. Look at this. It tested prior week high and didn't get filled. See, this is what I get for talking and focusing on other things. I didn't even see that prior week high was hit. That was our target. So this is what I get. Oh, well, I do want to lock in profit, so I'm gonna close this. All right. Oh well. But everything according to plan worked out, right? Let me go over this 4 hour again. Oh wait, when is the giveaway? They'll let me know. They'll let me know when it's time. All right. The main structure here in ES was if we fail to hold 67.90s, we could come back down to 67.73. Check. If we fail to hold 250s, we can come back down to test prior week high. Check. We got that, right? Oh, I have news, guys. We just I don't know what it is. I don't know if it's a wheel or not, but we have our winners here. How many likes are we at? Okay, I'll take it. All right, so our winner for the group, I'll do the group first, is Disembodied Jesus. Where are you, Disembodied Jesus? What a name. And I know you. I know who this is. Where are you? Show yourself. Where's Disembodied Jesus? There you go. All right, you win a year's worth of membership. Fantastic. I know what that means for you, my friend. So all right, so now we're gonna do the giveaway for the chair, and our winner is, I hope I'm pronouncing it right, Baikal Sharshamviv, Baikal. Where is Baikal Sharshamviv? We'll give you, there you go. Fantastic winner here. Love to hear that. You win a fantastic Erman Miller chair. Kind of jealous. And Disembodied Jesus, you get a year with me, whispering sweet nothings into your ear. Congrats to you both. It's the good one, Jeff. It's the one that makes your back feel good. All right, so fantastic morning here. We caught a great short. We followed trend structure. That's what I was focused on this. I missed this reversal, but that's fine. We did what we had to do, right? I highlighted, watch the stream again. It was fantastic. I shared why price action was bearish. I shared that we failed to reclaim this initial retest of this breakdown. Then we back tested that London low, overnight low. That's data, right? We're data analysts. data was telling us that price was failing to move lower. I'm going to move my stop to break even on the rest, and then if that reverses, then call it a day. But why do I need to close my trade, Steve? I got to follow my own rules. You get me? Like, oh, Steve, okay. Thank you for that. My bad. My bad, B. Um, okay, so I mean, we just hit a good area of support. We hit 67.73 in ES and we're bouncing. So it makes sense that we're bouncing. NQ hit prior week highs, we're bouncing, right? So that was an area I wanted to look for a reversal. I missed it, but it's celebrating what people won. But it's all good. I don't mind what happens next. So anyways, guys, to sort of conclude here what took place. Data was telling us, and I'll probably get stopped out or break even here on the rest. Data was telling us that we failed to reclaim resistance once. We failed to reclaim that new resistance. We then formed acceptance, aka a wedge. Okay. And then we broke lower. We triggered a 9MA downtrend, right? Lower low, lower high, lower low, lower high. Oh, we had a third lower low into prior week high. So that should have been my reversal entry. So if I was focused here, I would have been long right here, and then my stop would have been here, and I'd participate in this reversal. It happens. But we had a beautiful structure there, right? Let me go over the. Yeah, who caught this reversal, guys, in the group? That was one of our areas. I was not focused there at all. I can buy myself one short life, and I will. It'd be a good write-off. Loon, I've been trading for quite a while now. 15 years. I didn't become profitable until year 5. And then, I've had quite a journey. I mean, I've also gone through, kidney failure during that time, and I've gone through dialysis, a kidney transplant in 2022. I mean, 2020 to 2022, I was very sick. The last 6 months of 2021, I had kidney function of 15%. So you can imagine it was not a good time for me. And then in February of 2022, I had a kidney transplant, and that changed all my life again. And so, that kidney is my Ferrari, my Lambo. And taking care of my family. And then my health, right? My health is expensive. And it will only continue to get expensive the older I get, and maybe possible changes with the kidney, right? Because I take a lot of medicine and deal with blood pressure issues, just different things that it's sort of normal for me now. But your Lambo's a Ram truck. Listen, have you seen how much kidney transplants cost? Happy. I was trading in the hospital bed. I had to pay for that transplant somehow, right? More than 300 grand. Much more. I can't answer that, Loon, on here. Yeah, baby Wells close. Yeah, it is my second transplant. Uh, you know what's funny, interesting, as I was on the surgery table before I went to sleep, the surgeon brought out the kidney and showed it to me. And it was like just showing me and talking about it, which was pretty gnarly to see the kidney that's going in your body. And then like 8 hours later, I woke up with immense pain. Learning how to walk again with that was hard. And then I was in bed rest for 2 months where I couldn't really, like, I was in bed 23 hours a day. All right, enough about that. Fantastic winners. This was a good long. I wish I was long, but it doesn't matter. I think my goal this today was to go into education mode. The first donor was my mom. She was kind enough to donate a kidney to me. And then the second one was somebody that passed away, and as a result of that, I was blessed with the kidney. So donor donation, organ donation is you give opportunities. You bless other people. I'm a benefactor of that. I'm an example of that. And thanks to that organ donor, I'm in here, and I'm able to do this, right? And then that's why when they say self-made, there's no such thing as self-made. Like, I can't show up here and say I'm self-made. Like, somebody that I don't even know that gave me a kidney, he's part of my journey, right? He gave me the opportunity and the chance to continue to learn and to continue to show this, right? Even if they didn't teach me how to trade. Like, so whenever you hear self-made this, self-made, there's no such thing. Like, even the people who don't agree with you are helping you think differently. And as a result, right, like Stove's helping me. I'm not self-made. I got to compete with that hairstyle. So, okay, so he's helping me. I'm not self-made. Nobody's self-made here, guys.
Morning, brother. How are you?
What's up? How are you?
Oh, good. Doing good.
I know you bought this low here.
Nope, sure didn't.
What happened?
Well,
Life
I
happened.
yes, life happened. I started to trade today, and I caught a couple shorts that were good, and then there was a really weird um sweep of the book at like 9:50, and it was really aggressive and kind of freaked me out a little bit. I was in a short and was immediately filled on the full position. Um, I was like, okay, so I had my short bias. I
Oh, I
got
saw that. Uh-huh.
I got back in, and then I was overcome with this feeling of just like I don't want to spend all day trying to sell this thing. I'm just gonna be done because I worked really hard yesterday. Yesterday was my like fat pitch. You have to sit here all day and buy this thing.
Oh, for
So
sure.
I spent so much mental capital yesterday. I was just like, you know what? I'm gonna go sit on the couch for a little bit. I don't need to work hard on this day too. So that's what I did. And then I also didn't buy it. I just determined that like I'm probably not gonna take another trade today.
Okay.
Yeah.
I mean, after a day like yesterday, you go into like capital preservation when like Pac says.
Yes. Yeah. I'm having capital preservation Thursday for myself right now. But yeah. I don't know. It's been a long time since I was truly overwhelmed with that feeling of just like, ah, man, I don't know if I can sit here and sell this all day. I don't know if I have it in me. I'm just gonna not instead.
I thought you were gonna. I mean, that prior week low. Was there anything right there at 190s, 200 that gave you sort of insight at the bounce?
Oh yeah, no, just prior week high. That's it, man.
Yeah.
And then like it. I'll switch to NQ here. There was this dude. So this buyer just came in and said nope, and then there we go, reverse straight out of it. Um, so yeah, there was tons of signals to buy this. This is pretty much like every good Delta Map order flow labs setup triggering right here. Um, Big absorption, exhaustion. The delta flips positive. Then with this guy over here, yeah, great buy. So
Yeah.
yeah, But
Awesome.
but I mean, I still didn't want to do it because I don't have the spirit for it today, Chris. I used it all yesterday.
Yeah, and then we have to I mean that's what people don't realize is that, you have to attack when you need to, and then the next day, and even though you have to stream, it's like it's not the same. And you want to give a good show. And so I mean I went into like education. When I see you do that too, you get into like education mode, and it's a good way to pass the time and help
Yep.
those who are watching. I did kind of both. I got lucky. I saw a good short, and I took that. I did miss the long here at the prior week highs though, since I was still in that teacher mode. But it's a good
It
way
was
to help others.
it was a little knifey. It did ES was also at its monthly VWAP at that spot. Which is also that's what I bought yesterday that started this whole thing. Um, I was kind of looking for ES to get a little lower down into like 65. It was so close to its previous day low, and
Mm.
which was I think that was 64.50. So I was like, all right, I don't know. It was knifey. I saw it, but I've sidelined myself. But I do have a bunch of stuff, like you said. I am gonna talk. I have some good educational stuff to talk about today, so that'll be fun.
Hey, don't let me stop you. I'll get out of here. I'll take notes. But you guys in the chat, we did give away a Erman Miller chair, which was
That is
fantastic.
cool.
Somebody won that. They'll have a good bag for the rest of their lives.
Is that part of the guarantee? Is that a Chris guarantee?
No guarantees here. No guarantees.
You heard it. Guaranteed for life.
But yeah, you enjoy the rest of your session. You guys in the
Thanks,
chat.
buddy.
Good session today. We covered a lot in education. We caught a good short, made our points, and you guys won some things. All right, so we'll see you guys next week, and you have a good weekend, my friend.
Thanks, brother. You too.
All right, you guys take care. Bye.
Good morning, chat. Good morning. Good morning. Yeah, Chris is awesome. Was not surprised to see him holding that short right into previous week high. He's very good at catching those. Good morning, Shreddy. Morning, Throne Shop. Butters, hello. Good morning, everybody. Good morning, Llama. Good morning, Shauna. Good morning. Drunk Radish, hey, brother. How are you? We got all the good mornings coming in. This is almost faster than I can read. Hey, Driver. Good morning. Good morning. Hey, Joe. Mark asks, what's up, brother? How are you? Good morning. How's the chat doing today? You didn't make any money? Morning, Gene. Trading for keeps, hey? Morning, Leo. It's romper room time. Is it? I don't know, takeaway. I'm not buying this is definitely looking like a context shift. Like I told Chris, I don't really have it in me to bid this all day again. I really worked hard this week. I could feel it. I could feel my mental capital, just like the last marble in the jar jingling around today. So that's for those reasons. I decided to just chill. That'll happen, Armis. Just round tripped your short. That's the problem with shorts. That's why I didn't want to. Yeah. So on Tuesday, I spent a lot of time trying to stay short. Tuesday was extremely squeezy. This morning was a much more gradual, controlled sell. I don't want to say controlled like someone's in charge of it, but you know what I mean. It was less violent squeezing. So I could have spent some time with it today, but I spent a lot of time with it Tuesday and lost money. So when I saw it turning into a downtrend day, I was just like, I'm gonna leave this. I'm gonna leave this for other traders. Yeah, Butters, for the most part. The only thing that you won't have is the Delta volume profile. This is an order flow labs tool. And then the MGI that marks itself like this, like all the stuff that says OR mid, open, VWAP, blah, blah, That's an Order Flow Labs tool also. But you'll have the VWAP. This is the Order Flow plus VWAP from NinjaTrader. I use that. This is an Order Flow Labs volume profile, but the NinjaTrader stuff that comes with volume profiles also. Yes, Andy. Gentle squeezing, preferably. But yes, once everybody is in and settled, I do have something to show everybody and talk about. But I'll wait. I shall wait. Yeah, it really bounced right back off this open. So this is yesterday's open over here. This blue line is yesterday's actual opening print, and then this is the previous day 5-minute opening range. Definitely found that buyer that was down there. And it looks like full context reversal. Maybe I will. Yeah, we'll have the energy to buy it down here if we get a retest. If this is truly going to change. But this is the stuff I look for those context shifts. You can see just the slope change from 45 degrees to now we're flattening out. Also, I just throw a VWAP down here just for reference. If that's going to be the low of the day, the VWAP should be respected on the way back up. And it should stay in a good slope. So this is how I use an anchored VWAP kind of like intraday, just as a little bit of a guide. I'm not buying this. Like, I'm not using it for entry, but I'm combining this slope with the flattening of the bands, and that gives me those context clues. So Malix says, one question I have about the deviation bands. If price is going out of the bands, do you expect price to retrace into them depending on the trend? Like bearish trend retraces back into the lower band? Yeah, I made a video about this. It's quite long. And I detail how I use the bands to identify trends, when the trend is ending, when it's continuing, all that stuff. And it is on paintingthetape.net. You can find it, watch it for free. Logan, I already gave away my thing. I did it yesterday. I gave away like a Pittsburgh themed basket of awesome stuff, and I actually know the dude who won it, so I'm gonna go to my favorite brewery this weekend and slide some beer his way too, because I know he's a beer guy. All right, Mal, fair enough. Hey, no problem. No problem at all. Nah, no sandwiches today. It's still, well, I guess I could eat a breakfast sandwich. I don't eat breakfast though. I never have. I've never liked it. I eat breakfast on like Sunday. If I'm like making the girls bacon and stuff, I'll do that. But I'm not a breakfast guy. Omni, morning, brother. It's going good. I'm not doing anything. Except I'm about to talk about some stuff. Okay. Croissants are good, by the way, before I start this, Ox. I think croissants are probably my... Actually, I'm going to go with English muffin #1, breakfast bread. I really like an English muffin. Like, I'll just eat one with butter. Yeah, I would eat an English muffin before croissant. It probably goes English muffin, croissant, bagel. What's after that? Just bread? I'm definitely putting just bread last. Yeah, and then it goes like rye toast. I guess I'd have to start getting into all the toasts. All right, we don't have to talk about breakfast spreads. Oh, biscuits. Good point, Matt. Biscuits it depends. Like, a biscuit can be pretty bad or incredible. So maybe biscuits are above bagel, but below croissant. No, Ben, I'm not eating lox on a bagel. That's crazy. Get your smoked salmon out of here. My wife actually loves that. She always gets lox, but I am not a smoked salmon guy. Well, that sounds good, friend Tintin. I would eat that. I love the. Hey, Fader, what's up, buddy? Um, I really enjoy the concept of Sav explaining in detail what an English muffin is to someone from England. That makes me happy. Anyway, all right. So I often talk about we're going back in time. We're gonna do some we're gonna do some fun stuff. So I did trade this morning, a fair bit before I quit. Um, and I talked a lot yesterday about this and how a trade evolves every second after you put the trade on, right? Like there's all, especially as an order flow trader, there's always new information. I'm not just ever putting a stop in and just being like, this will work or it won't. I don't trade like that. And so I have this example in real time to show you. Well, it's kind of real time. It was, I don't know, it was an hour ago. It's close. So opening drive up. This is open right here. Opening drive up in context. I don't really have much to glean from the overnight session. Um, the London OR is kind of, it's not a great pivot yet. We are opening above it on ES. Fun note on this though, on NQ, we opened below it. And I don't really have anything to show for this idea yet. If I come up with something, I will. But when these two things are not aligned, that has led to like choppy, weird openings for me. And I tend to lose. Well, the thing I've noticed about it is I tend to lose money when I'm trying to follow ES being on one side of the 30-second London opening range and NQ's on the other side. I tend to get banged around a little bit. So I'm going to file that away and see if I can work on quanting that a little better. But anyway, so we open above this. Also, you should know that I like to try to buy, and we also opened above the yesterday's +1 standard deviation close of the RTH view up bands, which is at 6802.75. Right? So we open, we respect it. We haven't really tagged it yet, but it's right here. So we drive up, we come down, then I buy this. I see this flip to bid. I'm like, great. I'll put one on. I put a second one on. And then this happens. I had to take a screenshot of it because my delta has reset since then. So hold on, let me see if I can zoom into this baby. So I know you can't see my crosshairs because this is a screenshot, but if you notice right there at 6806, all of that blue team standing there like Gandalf, right? And there is no red team. And I need red team to back up my idea that this is going to go higher. There's no red team. No one's trying to bid this thing. It's just a seller absorbing it at 6806. So I get out. And I just wanted to show you this delta. I'll switch back to the thing. So here we are back on my screen. This is where all this is happening. I buy two, flatten, and I'm like, I'm going to go short. I'm going to lean on this guy. I don't see a red team at all. So I'm short, and I take that down to 6,800, and I get out. I'm like, round number. That's going to be a pain. And then we come down, sell it again. And then they head fake me a little bit. And I get out of that short. I buy it. then I get out of that buy and then I sell it. And this is when that big sweep came in, and it took me out immediately right here. I didn't have a chance to move my profit targets at all. It just like swept right into my orders. Actually, I think I got filled on the second one down here. This is because it was such an aggressive sweep. But either way, this is how I'm using that delta context while I'm in a trade. And it's not often that I reverse like that hard, but it was really clear. There was no red team. Red team was out to lunch. So, and then I have a second thing. Yeah, no follow through. That's right, Captain. But I'll answer some questions. Hey, Jai, good morning. You guys still talking about muffins in here? It's almost lunchtime, Ox. You can wait. We're good. I'll get a sandwich once the stream's done. Andrew, just Google English muffin. I don't know if it was invented. Was it invented in England? I mean, I'll ask Kane. Yep, still holding this. This is yeah, it's definitely looking like it's turning into reversal land. Oh, tech solutions. The indicate that's not an indicator that makes the arrows. That's just a this is just the to show the fill. So like this is where I entered and exited trades. So it just draws a little pink guy for sell and then a blue guy for buy. So not an indicator. You just set that in your, I think it's in your data series. Yeah, you see down here at the bottom, it just says plot executions. Mark that marker is. You can make it huge, make it small, but yeah. So not yeah. So not an indicator. Yeah, the London opening range is 30 seconds. Yes, and I use 3 a.m. Eastern Standard Time for that. Kane has told me that there are 2 London Opens, so one is fake. One's the French Open, not the tennis match. Anthony, did you send me a message? What are you talking about? Me a message? What are you talking about? I did not see. Did you? If you ask me a question, go ahead and ask it again. Okay, ask Kane what a crumpet is. That's a good point. I think a crumpet is like a biscuit. I think is like a biscuit. I think. Or is it German? That's possible. I might be looking for this long. But biscuits are cookies, yeah. Hmm. Yeah, they're visible. I can see Anthony. Is gold drawn in fader? I wish I had a gold chart up. I could look at it. The second thing that happened today, I also like to buy this 67.92 spot because it is the VWAP close from yesterday. And these are sells, but this is also how I use levels. Sorry, one second. I'm trying to look at this. Oh, my data just froze. Oh, there we go. Okay. Okay, cool. Lots of people use levels, and there's lots of screenshots posted about levels when they work. But in reality, a level is just an area of interest that we're making up, right? So I know that this is yesterday's view up close. Yesterday was a trend day. So these are the days where I really look for these. And when a level is coming up, like this one is coming up, like we're visiting it from the top, right? It doesn't mean this level is not going to work, but we need to see some activity here. It gets sliced straight through. I can't buy this. I mean, I was short into it, but even if I wasn't, I can't buy this. Oftentimes, when levels that I know, work in my trading, oftentimes when they get cut through like this quickly, they're resistance on the way back up through. So there was clearly somebody here, but they're just on the other side. This also happens a lot. Well, I prefer it when it happens to the upside. Like if we're coming up to an area that I know is resistance, or can be resistance, if price goes straight through that thing, I look for that to be support immediately. Because it doesn't mean that that area isn't important, but you still need a player to show up and do something there. So right here, there was no buyer, but there was a seller that still liked this spot. So that's the other thing you can look at when you're making your own levels. I hope that with the education stuff that we're posting, you can figure out how to find your own levels. And you can do this with anything. Like you can do this with MGI just to practice if you want to. Like if you like to see an overnight low sweep and buy this for a scalp, if this is a trade setup that you figure out that, this is something meaningful to you, this is the overnight low right here. If price comes down here and bounces, there might be a buyer there. If price slices right through it, watch for that to be resistance and just see what you see. Yeah, Frank. So the colors of the candles, this is a indicator called delta map, and what it does is you're able to set thresholds of delta, and it will color the candles based on the delta dominance inside of that candle. So for these, I use like the brighter it is, the more extreme. So this like almost orange, bright red. This is a lot of selling. This almost white, bright blue. These are heavy bids. So I just watch these extremes for the most part, and then the more neutral colors, that's closer to delta neutral. Knox has a great question. Knox says, Stowe, if you had a very profitable morning and weren't streaming, would you still trade the rest of the day? Say you managed to take core from the open to IB break, would you try extension or be done? Well, it depends on the day. Like today, I made $500, and that's a lot of money. $500 is a ton of money, and I'm grateful for that. And this is not my day type. I know that. I also know that because I spent way too long trying to work on Tuesday, and Tuesday kicked my head in big time. I had to hit my DLL. That sucks. So if it's a day like today, yeah, I'm just done. It doesn't mean I can't hang out and talk to you guys, but yeah, I'm always done trading on days like this. But yesterday, I'm in front of that thing all day, and I was. I streamed in the morning, but then I was still on in the afternoon, still buying that thing. I bought 92 at the end of the day to get back to 800. I was like, we're gonna take out this poor high. So if I have more plays to run and it's more of a day that I'm comfortable with, then yeah, absolutely, I'll stick around and trade. I don't have a profit target. I don't. XY talks about this a lot. Okay, look at this. We're losing our VWAP. The VWAP from the low is folding over. So this context shift is it's not looking great. So we'll watch down here at 77. We'll see if these highs of these candles can keep this up. We've got this little ledge here too. NQ kind of doing the thing also. And NQ is down there right now. Working on it. Not a lot of red team showing up to help though. Yeah, we'll see. Either way, I ain't trading it. But yeah, that's your answer, Knox. It's all just dependent on the day type, how I'm feeling. Also, like I'm exhausted, and this has been a long week, so I know that it would be like I'm as a discretionary trader, I'm my own edge, and if I'm not feeling up to snuff, and I noticed I wasn't at 100% today, I was like, man, I'm tired. So, like, yeah, and just sit it out. And you can, if you're not a streamer, you can literally do anything else you want to do with the day. You can go. That's the beauty of trading is it gives you so much freedom. You can fold laundry. You can go to the grocery store. You can do all kinds of stuff. Throne shop. Yeah. So the passive buyers. Let me make sure I understand your question. Throne Shop says, so the passive buyers are beating all the passive sellers stacking up in this range. So in that example I was showing, I still have it, I think. Yeah, so in this, passive selling is the blue team, right? And that is someone who is absorbing a ton of market buying. And there is no there is no sign of red team even close to them. So it's all just passive selling and market buying that's getting nowhere. That's the important part of that equation is like it's not going anywhere. That's the clue that the sellers are dominating that conversation. If that makes any sense. And we can kind of apply it here like yeah, I mean this is some passive buying down here at the low and this was passive selling. So this is what happened down here. We come down, we have some passive buying. Like this isn't a lot, but it doesn't need to be a lot. The point is like, do they win or do they lose? So we come down, passive buying, it gets rewarded. It runs into this passive seller and then he loses. So all this market buying here, it is in control. So now this is more buyers than sellers is all this means. So unable to get through passive buying, but was able to get through passive selling, this is a win for the buyers. And then, price went higher. Now it's doing something else. Now this is a bunch of passive selling that buyers were not able to get through, and now it's reversing. So it evolves. It all depends on, location. Thank you, Daniel. I'm not a sensei. I don't know if you can call, I don't know if you're allowed. I don't know if you're allowed to say that you're a sensei if you're not a sensei. There might be like some sort of stolen valor there. Is that such a thing? Okay, so this is where I would watch for a bounce if this is a true context reversal. Right in here, we have all these highs, and now we're watching this little passive bid guy here, 77. He seems happy. NQ needs to help. What time is it? Okay, we got 11:30 right now. pretty much. Hmm. I don't know. I wouldn't buy it just yet. NQ's kind of mad. Yeah. Not in love with it. This is also a good example of like, just because it's down here at this band doesn't mean anything. It's just this is just an area to start paying attention. I don't want to make all these view up band videos and have anybody think that this is like magic. It's not. This is just like it's more of a way just for me to stay in control of my own desire to overtrade and trade every tick. So the view up bands have more served as just like a bit of a rule set for me. Cool. So passive bid, and then a passive seller was right behind him, and then that market bid right out of it. So there's definitely a little bit of a fight going on right here. We'll see who could take that down. If it holds above him, then I assume it would go back to view up and point of control area. John Doe asks, so do you view all the current blue delta around 86, 83 as bearish? This reset, but there was a ton, right? There was a ton up there. So I don't view delta as bullish or bearish or anything like that. All it is doing is telling me what other people are up to. It's not bullish or bearish until like after it's happened. So like right now, this is neither. Until price leaves this little area, I don't know what these dudes are doing. No clue. But if it's an additional area of interest that I would like to try to take a trade, I now have people that are doing business that I can lean off of. So I see this conversation going on between this seller and this buyer. And if I really want to buy this spot, which I don't, but if I did, here's my guy. I can lean on him. And I can know when he's wrong, then I'm probably wrong. So I just use delta in context for what I'm trying to do because I need other market participants to do stuff with me. I'm just trading two lots. The market doesn't care about me. It doesn't. It doesn't care about any of us, frankly. But yeah. So no, delta is neither bullish or bearish. It's literally just showing you what is the ask minus the bid at that tick. That's it. And it's up to the trader to interpret that in a meaningful way. So that's the part that's how you're your own edge. You're the one that has to read the tea leaves. No, listen, JS. JS says if Stowe doesn't buy the IB low, this isn't the real Stowe. Number one, it is the real Stowe. And number two, I hate trading the IBs, and you know that. And if you've watched me trade for long enough, you know that I despise trading around the IBs because they're so noisy. Yeah, I hate it. Hmm. Okay, so the orienteer says, how do you qualify if it's a passive seller or aggressive selling preventing the price to go higher? So the difference between passive and active, I wouldn't call it aggressive, but the difference between passive and active, either buying or selling, is passive activity is limit orders, resting. And that's what all of this stuff is showing. So when we see red delta, these are sellers market selling into that's quite the sell. Sellers market selling into passive bids. So this is market buys that sellers are selling into. So what this means when this breaks to the downside is these sellers sold through all of this limit buying and still wanted price to move lower. So this is selling that's being rewarded. And like when we came down here, this became a red team versus blue team fight. And yeah, wow. This is, I mean, the tape has been pretty pissed off today. Just saying. So that's the other reason I didn't want to get in the mix. I mean, these sweeps up here earlier, they were pissed. So, um, but yeah, so this is a passive seller and this is a passive buyer. This passive seller won, and the market sellers also won, getting lower prices for now. But I mean, I'm just a scalper. I'm just trying to take 5 to 10 points here and there. So that's how you got to have those setups working for you. Make this chat bigger so I can see more. There we go. Yeah, you just can't call me sensei. I just don't know. I just don't know if that's, I don't want to steal other senseis' valor. People probably worked very hard to become a sensei. I haven't done anything. They just gave me this light. And they're like, here, plug this light in so your face can be brighter. Here you go. Now you're a streamer. Yeah, quite the poor low, huh, Mr. Nick? Good morning. Good morning, my friend. Happy Thursday to the champ. The Orienteer, the Delta profile resets every 10-point rotation. So if we get a 10-point rotation from 69 back to 79, then this will reset and just be that leg. Then it'll reset again on a 10-point rotation down. Oh, good for you, Firmament. Good morning. Good morning. Nice job. I love when people win. That's my jam. I don't know. I don't know, Michael. I don't know what they have if NinjaTrader has a heat map or not. I know Orderflow Labs has a heat map. That would be similar. That would show you similar things to what you see on Bookmap. Oh, similar to Delta Map. Oh, I read that wrong. Nothing that I know of. MA asks, Stowe, how do you dictate if buyers or sellers won? I mean, it's all just in a microcosm, right? So here we are. This over here, this was a conversation. Sellers, buyers lost that. Came back down here, tested these lows. So it's just like, all right, here there were more sellers than buyers. We got down here. Now there's more buyers than sellers. That's it. So no one's winning. Like, it's all about the time frame that you're looking at. So, I mean, if you're trying to take 5 points, this is the only time frame you needed to know. There were more sellers than buyers. That's 5 points. Now we're looking at this next 5 points, 10 points. Now we're back here at this thing. Panpool says, trading 2 ES contracts, what is a good dollar result in a month? Dude, is that a serious question? I know that people must think this stuff for real, but it's like, I don't, man, the internet has done so many dumb things to people's brains that, like, and it's Twitter's fault. It's everybody's fault for posting P&L and making that seem like it's some thing in the sky. I would say irregardless of how much you trade, the good amount of money to make is number one, any money at all, because trading is very hard. And number two, it's however much money you need to provide for your family or do your stuff and pay your bills. Like that's it. So I don't know. I live a pretty meager life. I probably need less money than other people need. I also live in a cheap part of the country. Like I probably couldn't, like I can't move to New York City probably. My life would have to be, on a completely different scale. So like as you look at people sharing their P&L and as you look at people you know, posting Lambos and doing all that dumb shit, just remember that like deep down, this is just a game with yourself. You just need to provide for your family. That's the right amount of money. Anything's a good living. There's people that would kill for a $20 an hour job. Just like try to remember that stuff. Um, we're very lucky that bulletproofs your life a little bit. Um, I am extremely grateful all the time. I had a really difficult conversation with somebody last night that is way less fortunate than me, and it really put a lot of stuff into perspective for me. And it's I try to keep that perspective with me all the time, because I think it's important to not lose sight of it and start to feel. I can feel ungrateful very easily. That's one of my toxic traits. I can get ungrateful fast. So I work to stay grateful and grounded all the time. But yeah, just make as much as you need to make. That's it. If you can accomplish that, you win. You win everything. You win life. You win freedom. You don't need to impress anybody. Oh, good. Friend Tintin, you're using the nice, using it on gold. That's cool. Maybe I'll open a gold chart. I live in Pennsylvania, Jason. Okay. The orienteer says, how would you qualify if a ledge or edge of the profile already shows exhaustion on either side? Well, you're just looking for like, let's see if we got any on the upside. Nah, not really. So exhaustion looks differently depending on lots of stuff. So like this is an exhaustive node. That's one way that you can see exhaustion is if it leaves like a little volume node and then moves away from it. So this is an exhaustive node. Those can be at the edges of profiles. This is not, this is the worst low ever. Again, thank you, ES. But this is not an exhaustive low because it's just a fat little brick down there. Exhaustive low would have like a tiny, tiny tail, just a little tiny tail down there. And that would be exhaustive because price would have gone down there and right back up again with little volume traded. That's the point of seeing that little line is it's like, nobody really wants to hang out down there. Okay, back up we go. Oh, thanks, Jose. I appreciate you too. Hey, thanks, Leo. Hug back to Colombia. Jose, it took me a long time to become profitable, 3 years. And even that fourth year was like sucked, not fun, like not very profitable. I would say I kind of like squeaked it out at the end of the year, or it would have been a break even year. Lots of stuff happens to you mentally when you start to make money. Like it's hard. It's hard to translate this into real life, and it's hard to remember that like this is money, because money on the screen is different than money in your bank account. It's just a reality um, of how this works. So like once you become profitable, then trading has a way of doing this. As soon as you reach a new milestone, it tends to dunk a whole brand new set of problems on you. At least for me, It does. Maybe that's just a me thing. I don't know. Um, but yeah, so became profitable, and then it was like, bam, here's all this other existential stuff that you never thought about because you were too busy trying to become profitable. But now that you're profitable, it's like, bang, here you go. Because it's a tricky game. It's a game of infinite possibility in either direction. That's what makes it awesome. That's in my opinion, but it's also terrifying. These are really this is a very powerful tool. This is a very powerful game that we're playing with, and like it takes a lot out of you, and you have to be careful while you're using it. It's like a chainsaw, you know. Yeah, batch imposter syndrome kicks in big time. Um, and I think that like the way that the internet works in general is not good for that too. Because the perception of everybody on social media is a lie, no matter who you are. Um, like you can be the most honest person on social media, and you're still probably twisting that around a little bit, you know. Um, but other people will look at traders on social media and be like, ah, they're doing this. What do I have to do this, and be like that? And the truth is, like, it's probably not even based on reality, the things that you're seeing and the things that people are posting. So, but you can get sucked into that trap very easily, and it's not a healthy place to trade from for sure, but it's also probably not a healthy place to just exist as a person. Oh, sure, Orienteer, no problem. I'm here. I'm here for questions, especially today. Striker, I've never been very good at using time and sales. If I'm being honest, I'm really good at delta at price in the same way that like I'm not very good at using a footprint chart. I'm just not. Um, there is a vertical recon tape thing that Order Flow Labs has that is kind of nicer for me to see. But yeah, I've just never been good at time and sales. Some people can read the tape a lot better than me. For me, I just like VWAP bands and delta volume profile. That's all I need. Ian W says, "Do you think there is more edge in trading individual stocks?" I don't know. I don't trade stocks. I trade two things usually. I trade ES and NQ. That's it. The thing that I like about futures that does not exist in the stock world, and this is why, as an order flow trader, I trade futures, is the centralized exchange. It's everything. I get to see everything that happens. As retail, as independent anybody, you can't necessarily see all of the different stock exchanges. You can't see all the transactions. You don't know. Lots of stuff is in a black box of mystery with stock world. There's less of a black box of mystery in futures. That's why I like to trade it. A chainsaw is easier to operate than the markets. That's fair, Frank. Fair enough. Oh. James, okay. James has a good point here. James says, I have weeks and even months at a time in nice profits. And as soon as I let my guard down, I get that smackdown day that makes it real again. Yeah, yeah. Same. Same, man. I think that that happens to everybody, whether everybody wants to say it out loud or not. The thing that I came up with forever ago that helps me with that is I know that I'm going to make mistakes. I know that I'm going to trade badly. I traded so bad on Tuesday. I was even more upset with myself on Tuesday because that was my like day to chill and I didn't chill. I wasted it. That's annoying. So I spent a bunch of mental capital that I shouldn't have spent on a day type that I shouldn't have been trading. I hit my daily loss limit. It sucks. It's not cool. But number one, the daily loss limit, that keeps me safe from losing too much money and going on like giga tilt, because that will happen if I don't have my daily loss limit. That's there to protect me. And number two, I try to make the distance between my last mistake and my next mistake further than the last time this happened. So like if I used to have a bad trading day, and by bad I don't mean losing money, I mean like trading out of my process, not trading correctly in any way. If that used to happen once a month and now it happens once every 4 months, that's a win. That's a win for me. That's how I feel good. So if you can do that, realize that you are going to continue to make mistakes. No one trades perfectly. Life is not the internet. The internet's not real. Everybody's gonna get bit at some point. All you have to do for your own process is just keep that distance growing between your last mistake and the next one. And then as long as you're doing that, you're improving. I don't know. I hope that helps. That analogy helps me, and I say it to myself when it's happening. And I'm like, yes, this is how you have to have those process wins. When I did that session with Jared Tendler, awesome dude. Can't say enough good things about that guy. Yeah, I really like Jared. He said he told me you can't take money into the next day, which is true. The points I make today, they don't count as points tomorrow. I can't start the day with 20 points because I got 20 points today. It just doesn't happen. I got to start at 0 again. But I can carry over process wins. So he actually got me into the practice of finding, if I had a bad day, try to find a process win. Try to find something to learn from. Try to find a way to improve and carry that into the next day. No, Jason, you don't have to. Jason says, "Is it bad that I only trade NQ?" No, I don't. I don't think so. No, it's not bad. If you just want to trade one market, just trade one market. There was a bunch of that stuff when like I don't know. Whenever gold starts to move, you see all these people like if you're not trading gold, you're an idiot. It's like why? I've never looked at gold once in my life. Why would I turn it on now? I don't have a single clue what gold's doing. Um, what was that one like palladium or I forget what the other one was.
Palladium is moving, man.
That's it, Jim. Yeah, right. How you doing, brother? Is it already time?
Stowe. Man, oh man. I learned something new today
Oh, what was it?
from
Was it
you.
good?
I think Anthony Anderson did too. Yep. You coined the phrase, and I'm going to use it all the time from now on. Giga tilt.
Well, you told me I'm trying to be responsible for more dumb things that are getting written into the
No.
trading dictionary. So let's put
Believe
that
me,
in there.
we're going to have a new trading how do you say it? Thesaurus
Thesaurus? Yeah.
with Stowe. It's going to be awesome. Oh man, how you feeling, man? You look good.
Oh, thanks, buddy. I'm feeling good. Feeling very chill today. Yeah, I was not vibing with working hard on the market today.
Yeah.
So yeah.
Hey, your
So-
wisdom and insights and experiences, it was awesome, man.
Thanks. It feels weird not taking a trade, but I was like, man, I really don't want to.
Yeah.
I really don't feel like trading this market today. So I
Sometimes
didn't.
that's the best trade you take is when you don't.
Feels weird. You know, I like to give the people what they want.
Yeah.
They want to see me buy this thing, but not today.
Well, and that's you bring up a serious point, right? Because you guys are in here every day, and we
Mhm.
get, new guy, gal every once in a while pop in and do something,
Yep.
and you feel a little pressure to actually perform, and
Oh yeah.
it would be different if you were like golfing, right? But where you're not, you're trading, and sometimes it's your hands in the pocket mode, man.
Yep. It's true. It's true.
Oh, oh, fat fish. Oh my God. Anyway, awesome job. I don't even know who you're on double duty today.
That's right. Me and the big cat are back.
Yeah, the big cat is back. That's going to be awesome. All
I'm
right. Well,
excited.
I am looking forward to this afternoon trading the close. XYZ, Leo, the big cat. Thank you for the thumbs up, everybody. I don't even know how many we had so far this morning. I suppose I
Oh
could
yeah.
look. Let's check it out, everybody. I'm hitting my refresh button. 660. All right, that's good.
Okay. Okay.
It's good. I'm happy
I
with
did.
that.
I just preached and talked about nothing, so that makes sense.
No, 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 no. 660 is good, man. Look, we got God bless his dough going on in the
Oh,
chat,
thank
man.
you, Jose.
You're the
Yeah,
best.
Jose's a good dude.
Anyway, all right, we'll be back this afternoon. I'm gonna do a quick edge report here, and then we're gonna break for lunch. So, Stowe, thank you so much. Appreciate you
Thank you, Jim. I'll see you in a little bit.
as usual. Yes, sir.
Thanks.
All right, you would think I'd have my screen ready to share, but I don't. Let me kind of move this thing over here. I just have the dollar, I'm sorry. Yeah, dollar index up on the screen right now. It's on my radar screen in my web-based trading platform. This is an InterTrader web-based trading platform if you're using uh, Tradevate. It looks similar, right? So this is a daily chart. These prices are a little bit, I have delayed data going on here. So if you're looking at the dollar index and your number's a couple ticks different, that's why. But let's just check it out. I mean, we literally have this consolidation, and I should have my consolidation range really start here, beginning of August, August 4th. And just, we just kind of traded below the bottom two hamburger buns here, right? Just kind of bumped up high to low, high to low. Yeah, we had one day where we broke down below that, but so what? We popped back up. Now today's a little different though. So, the dollar is strong against just about everything today. And it has been, and we have a breakout to the upside here, right? And I'm gonna just kind of put my cursor in the middle of that rectangle and just call it 98 spot 29, and boom, today we have the confirmation candle. So breakout yesterday, confirmation candle today. The next, although brief, area of resistance is up here around 99 spot 40. So I extended that rectangle over. We'll see if we keep moving up toward it or we bounce off it and establish a new sideways range. I don't know. But this is a kind of a chart we're going to keep our eyes on because it could cause a drag in some of the other markets. So let's kind of look at some of the other markets here. Treasury bonds still range bound here. So interestingly enough, this has not been moving as Craig Shapiro told us this morning as much as maybe it should based on what's going on with the VIX and with the dollar index. But we're kind of priced in the middle of the consolidation zone here as well. So not that much to talk about for the interest rate products now, even though we do have uh, a 30-year auction today at Treasury Direct. You could follow it there. My guess is it's going to be a crappy auction, just like the 10-year note was yesterday. And I'm just going to adjust this down a little bit. Gold. Let's take a look at gold, though. Gold's given a little bit back. We're below the piercing line from yesterday in a daily candle here. We're below that 100% extension as well. Not a major sell-off, but enough to notice, right? This is probably some systematic price behavior based on some of the other things like the equities and the U.S. dollar. Let's go over to the intraday, though. This is where the fun happens. And I kind of jumped the gun a little bit on the last edge alert. I thought we were gonna take out, and I'm gonna coin a phrase made popular by our good friend Stowe, VWAP. I thought we were gonna rally pass through it and hit some of these gamma levels, but we didn't. VWAP held, session volume weighted average price held almost 3 VWAP touches exactly for gold. So bouncing up here, sellers came back. Bouncing up here, sellers came back. Sellers came back. Finally gave up, right? Buyers gave up. We're ending up right down here at Jack's 4, which is 40.30. Downside targets, we do have that 1-day min. So if you're trading today, I would look at that number as possible. Who knows? 40.20, we'll just call it. And then there's that S1 level right below that. That would be a breakout to the downside here. And there are some other downside levels as well. This is an old remnant. I'm going to delete that. But session lows from yesterday, 40.05-ish. So those some levels on the downside. Upside, again, I'm going to have to break through that VWAP, but it's not looking very healthy right now, to say the least. So those are the two major ones. We're going to look at the Bitcoin daily chart really quickly here and then call it a day. and let's pop it up here. So we have a, well, all right, this is not a good pattern here. This is kind of a bearish pattern right here. We have, peak high. So 6 days in a row where we had higher highs and higher lows. And we broke out over that target wick that we had up here at 1814. But no real follow through. Really, no real follow through. Once we did it, we closed above it, and then we started selling off again. And this is kind of a benchmark candle here, this big red candle on the 7th. And now, yeah, we paused a little bit yesterday, but now we're back below, right? We're tapping on that 8 EMA again. This is a pretty significant red candle. It's almost a bearish engulfing, but it certainly dominates the candle before that. So Bitcoin futures are not doing the same thing as gold or some of the precious metals are doing. It's kind of slowing its roll. And now that I mentioned that really quickly here, I just got to show you this palladium chart. It's just for fun. We just got to look at the palladium chart. This thing is like, think catalytic converters that get stolen from your car. This is this market. So this is just an astronomical rise up. And if you measure that, remember that August 20th date was the big date, right? That was the date that these metals really started taking off. And I just did a ruler, this my simple measurement tool here on the NinjaTrader desktop, 35 and 35.54% move low to high. So that's a crazy, you're right, that's a crazy market right there. All right. Having said all that, everybody, thank you again for the thumbs up. Thank you for the subscriptions. We're not done with some giveaways. I'm going to give away my giveaways tomorrow, so we'll talk about that tomorrow for sure. I don't know what Delia has up his sleeve, but we might save the best for last. It might be next Monday. I'm not sure. But
7 p.m.
thank you for being
That
here.
is so
Appreciate
soft.
everybody's kindness and support and help with each other. It's been a great day today. So, having said all that. Have a great lunch. We'll be back, me, Shy, and then Leo, the big cat, and Stowe trading the close. Until then, see you then.
Because it's iconic. Because it's iconic. And I love to do iconic shit.
Good afternoon, traders. Welcome to Ninja Trader Live. I'm Tracy Shukart, Senior Economist, and here are the headlines while we were away. So Trump was talking to reporters, of course, and slammed down the price of oil and gasoline by saying that he sees gasoline prices are going to drop below $2 soon. He also was speaking about Iran and said Iran now wants to work on a peace plan, and we want to help rebuild Iran. I'm not sure exactly what that means and rebuild what, but and also obviously talked about the Gaza-Israel deal, which of course sets crude oil and gasoline markets down. In fact, if we look across the board, everything is literally red except for cattle and live cattle. So it's more expensive. Everything else got cheaper. Moving on, we had Fed's bar. He was talking. Sorry, very officially saying October rate cut may help the job market, but risks inflation. Rates cut stoking inflation is a thing that I'm worried about, and everything else he said was very, very hawkish. And we did see a pullback in markets earlier when he started speaking. Aside from the pullback that has already occurred. 30-year auction update. So we had a 30-year auction. The Fed, basically, the sense that the Fed is easing policy into an overly easy financial conditions right now is one of the reasons this steepener trade has been so popular this year that we keep talking. So unsurprisingly, the 30-year auction. The 30-year auction was not that good. Demand was mediocre with a bid to cover of 2.38, lower than the one-year average. Dealer really didn't have much interest in the issue. Despite the tail, they bought about 8.7%, the lowest dealer participation in the history of Bloomberg's data set. So needless to say, we talked about that a little bit this morning, that we didn't expect that auction to go well, and it clearly did not. Nobody, we were talking with Grant Williams, it's to loan the government money for the years at this point. So the auction went poorly. Then we also had some news on the housing front. And you know that I have been watching this, and it's because home builder stocks are falling again dramatically compared to the rest of the market. Inventories are back at the highest since 2007, forcing kind of a wave of discounting incentives that are pressuring profits. 39% of builders cut prices in September, while 68 used some form of incentive. Incentives. That's the most since the pandemic. That was from the NAHB survey that came out this afternoon. So again, I keep saying I want to watch the housing market and what's really going on in the housing market, because even if rates, we do see rates falling a little bit, but that's still not equating to a better housing market. So just something to keep an eye on when we talk about some cracks in the system. Interesting, we also had Deutsche Bank came out and said they see central banks buying Bitcoin by 2030 in addition to gold. So that is definitely something interesting. Obviously, Bitcoin right now is down about 2.26%. I don't think it would necessarily jump on that by any stretch of the imagination. But, it's also worth noting that this morning, Bitcoin again and Ether were the weakest, and kind of pulled down the markets with them. So, I keep an eye on Bitcoin and Ether particularly, because we've seen is this trend that when they're, say, in the morning, our indices tend to follow, and that's because of liquidity in the system. So just stuff to keep an eye on with that. I will let you to Jim with an Edge report.
Good afternoon, everybody. Hopefully, you all had a nice, relaxing lunch and a couple of hours off. We're gonna get right into it. The story of the day, Craig Shapiro sent me a note earlier. It's like, hey, Jim, check out the daily candles on the metals. And so I was like, okay, I've been kind of looking back and forth all morning, but it's been a just incredible amount of fun in these markets here. And when I say fun, everything is just reversing, not only kind of reversing, not even kind of baby candles. Gold right now, and look at how big this red candle is. It's a daily candle. Now remember, we started this trend on the 20th of August. And then peak to trough here, 21.54%. And that's from August 20th till now. It's only a couple months. So in any event, this is a big kind of sell-off that we're seeing right here. We're getting close to that 8 EMA, still a little bit further away from it, but this is a pretty big break to the downside here uh, for gold. And intraday wise, if we check that out, I mean, you could see, we kind of held its own a little bit maybe during the initial balance. Yeah, we sold off a lot, and we kind of had it's okay, nice tight value area. Everything was good, but then right here at this 1 o'clock candle, boom, it really, really sold off hard, and it's still going. It's hitting rock bottom and still digging. Let's check out silver. Now, gold, by the way, we're down 2.4%. Silver's down 3.26%. So again, remember, there's micros in these markets, so be careful. Similar kind of candle here, based on where it closed yesterday. It looks a little funkier, but big wick on the top, sure. But sellers just pushed us all the way back down. We're sitting right on that 8 EMA again. And peak to trough, again, that same August 20th date, 33.83%. So we're still really high. It's still a great ROI if you were an investor back here. But right now we're having sellers are in charge here, and this I don't know if this is just profit taking, but probably more systematic movement back down based on what all the risk off that we're seeing across the board right now with just about every single contract, as Tracy pointed out. Let's go to platinum. Platinum's another one. Platinum. We still kind of have an inside bar if you just kind of measure your inside bars by the bodies of the candle. But again, big sell off, same big wick at the top. Sellers are in charge. Still separation with that 8 EMA, and we still are above previous sessions open, but this is looking pretty negative too. So a little bit more of a subtle sell off, but still enough of a sell off to kind of look at it. Peak to trough, 31.48%. On that move up since that August date. Let's shoot over to palladium. Remember, palladium was up like over 8% yesterday. Let's see where we're at right now. Same pattern here, although this is looking stronger. Even though we're not to the midpoint of the previous day's candle, even though it was a monster candle here. But again, it's kind of looking similar. So there's a lot of systematic behavior going on right now between these four metals. And again, peak to trough there was 38.9%, with 8% of it being yesterday. So all these things are selling off. Now, there's an exception to the rule, of course, there always is. And Dr. Copper is a party pooper here because it is not quite so negative. We're still sideways on that step. Remember, we were talking about steps. Step, higher step, higher step. This every few days we have support, but then we have that kind of next level up, that next valence electron jump to another state. And we now this is holding its own a little bit better intraday. Let's just take a peek at Dr. Copper here. Remember, there's micros here, and this is not a bad market to trade, everybody. Just throw that out. Point of control is kind of in the rearview mirror right now, right by that 1 day max, approximately 5.18. Again, we sold off and pretty much at that 1 o'clock level. Boom, we sold off, and we just hit that the zero DTE gamma wall, the zero DTE call resistance wall as well. That's that big red line right there, and we're just walking around it. We're just walking on it right now, and this might be it for the day. I don't know. There's a couple levels, the pivot levels a little bit further down with some zero DTE high vol levels. It's 5.1, and then we got JX3, JX2, all the way down to S1, which is really the overnight lows is S1 down here at 4.04. So right now we'll see if we kind of stay within the value area or even maybe try to get back up. But competing point of control right here, 4.11 on Dr. Copper. Tell Ryan, yes, I can. All right, let's go to the Bitcoin. Tracy just mentioned the Bitcoin and Ether, and we got across the board. Bitcoin down over 2%, Ether down 4.62%. XRP, aka Ripple, 4.29. And then my Sol, I got a December Sol up there for some reason, but 3.46. So these are all, again, risk off, all moving down. We're kind of, this is 1, 2, 3 lower highs, but we don't. This is really only the first lower low, right? Because there's no the pattern was broken yesterday with kind of a smaller baby candle, but we're right there at that ADMA. We're right by the 38.1% retracement. We're not all the way back down to this area of resistance that I have highlighted as a rectangle here, but this is now going to be support for me. So I'm going to drag this over here, and then we'll see if this becomes support or not. That my guess is it might be. So and that's right by that 21 EMA and right by the 50 anyway. So there's three areas of interest all together there. Intraday on the Bitcoin, same story. There's your 1 o'clock sell-off. There's your initial balance sell-off. VWAP in the rear view mirror. We're sitting right at S2, and we kind of broke decisively through that call resistance level and that 1 day max level, min level as well. So that's the story of Bitcoin. We might still have some action here throughout the rest of the day in some of these markets. So I'm not ready to say we're done for the day because we might not be. All right, that is this afternoon's Edge Report. Thank you everybody for coming. It is time to trade the close, and we have Stowe doing double duty and Leo with a makeover, looking a little different than usual. Oh no, wait, that's XR.
Leo
That's
got a new
XYZ.
hat. Leo got a new hat.
All right, so a last minute sub for Leo, but you know what? We'd rather have you anyway, XYZ.
Don't tell the big cat. Don't
Well,
tell the big
I
cat you
knew
said
it.
that.
I
I
hope he's
knew it.
not
I just didn't
listening. I'm
know
going to
that.
deny it, and I'm going to go into the cut that
I
part
didn't know
out.
Jim would say it, but I knew it.
Feels the love. I love it. Let's talk about something really important right now. We have this. We have a challenge. We have a challenge. It's
Yes.
called. It's the Arena Cup, and it's coming up. There we go. It's coming up. Anybody could sign up for it. It's free. And what I know, there's a lot of challenges out there floating around on the World Wide Web, but check it out. This is one with cash prizes. That's like money. Cash prizes for 400,000. There's no trickery here. This
Cash
is
is very similar to money. Yes.
Yes, we talk about it all the time. And the strength of the U.S. dollar, man, you want to grab some of those right now. It's free to join. There's going to be a lot of contestants, but it's going to be a lot of fun. There's 3 qualifying rounds. You can see them up there right now. Monday, October 20th, and then the following Monday, the 27th, and then on November 3rd. And then the top 10% in each one of those qualifying areas gets invited to the championship, and that is on the 17th of. Hang on a sec. That's the 17th of November. So if you haven't already, the link is in the chat. Sign up. It's free. You get familiar with NinjaTrader software. You're going to love it. If you have any questions on how to use the NinjaTrader software, ask me. Ask me in the chat. Shoot me an email at learn@ninjatrader.com. Be happy to help. And you guys are in this, right?
Oh yeah, big time.
Mm-hmm.
I think I'm in the first one. Yeah, I'm in the first qualifier on Monday is when I go.
You're
Okay.
first, yeah, and then it's
Yep.
me, and then the rest.
So you guys, in theory, I mean, I can't win it because I'm an employee, and I'm sure there's that fine print that says, prizes not available to employees or employees' families. So I probably can't win, but you guys could win the 100 grand.
Are we
Uh,
eligible?
No, we can't.
No?
No. We have a separate thing going though, between all of us that are the featured traders or whatever we're calling ourselves. Whoever wins amongst us gets to donate a ton of money to the charity of our choice. So that is going to be awesome. I'm playing for keeps on this one.
Wow. Well,
Yep.
that's generous. That's awesome. Very
Yes.
cool. What's a ton of money? Could we publicize that yet or not?
I don't know. I don't want to say because I don't remember if I'm quoting it right or not.
It's like, I think it's like 25K.
I
right?
think it's 25K. Yeah.
Come
25K,
on.
I'd say.
Yeah.
Real dollars.
Yep. Real dollars.
Wow.
And that's
So And XYZ is going to probably go to some casino in Vegas to try to parlay that to a bigger prize.
Nice.
Free
Yes, I
upgrade.
like that.
That's a free upgrade. Yep.
Yeah. Awesome. Well, that's awesome, man. I didn't, and honestly, I did not know that till right
Oh,
this second.
really?
No,
Okay, cool.
nope.
Yeah, man. That's why we're going hard. At least I'm going to. That's my plan.
No,
But
I'm
yeah,
sure.
sign up. There's already 9,000 people in the first in the first
Qualifier.
qualifier round.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
get in there. It's gonna be
Yeah.
sick.
And that thing didn't mention. It said championship. There's 250,000 in prize money, but I think the winner, the number one guy or gal, gets that $100,000 check.
Yes. Yep.
Absolute one, like the grand prize number one rank.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. So there's 50K for each qualifier distributed amongst the winners. And then the top 10% of each qualifier, they go to the championship and that's where the other 250K is. And first place is $100,000, which is crazy for free.
Yeah. Hey, if Frankie Four Fingers wins, it's not me. Never heard of the guy.
For you to donate to.
Oh my God. Anyway, awesome. All right. What do you guys think? Today's kind of risk off, man. Right across the board, all over everywhere I look.
Yeah. Yeah,
I don't know. I'm risk on.
nice. XY is long. I like it.
Well, do we have a poor low or what do you guys say? It's a poor low, it's a good low. What do we got?
I think it's a ES's low could be better, but NQ's is fine. I got long NQ, so
Yeah. I like what XY is up to on NQ. ES is doing the exact opposite of that thing. So
yep.
ES made because if I was Chris, I would draw a box right here and then he'd be looking for this wedge and then we broke out of it and now we're spending all this time down here. NQ did like the exact opposite thing. It broke down, but then now it's back up inside of its upper area. So
Yeah. Anything could happen. I mean, after yesterday's afternoon with NQ, just climbing the ropes to the
that was
ceiling.
insane. Yeah.
Anything could happen this afternoon. So I expect some action from this.
Hope it's upside.
Yeah. Me too, man. Me too.
I'm gonna send
I don't see why it couldn't be.
Me neither.
Yeah.
I agree.
Yeah.
Tell that to ES, yeah?
I'm trying. Do you need me to put my 2 lots in here? See if I can lift? They did just put the point of control down here, which is good. I like that. And I mean, this profile is ridiculous. So
Yeah.
that's not a healthy place for the point of control to be.
Yeah.
So it would be nice if that volume is buyers and we just scoot out of here.
Yeah.
They have been absorbing the bid down here for all afternoon. Yeah, since 1.
They should just knock it off. No more selling.
We'll see.
Maybe it's worried about the 30-year. I don't know. It doesn't want to loan the government any money either.
That 30-year auction. I mean, Tracy was being overly kind by saying it was bad.
So horrendous.
Yeah, it was, and it had a tail on it, and I won't go into what a tail means, but that's basically means it missed even their bad expectations.
Yep. Okay.
So,
okay.
But anyway, all right. Sounds like you guys got a plan. Thanks a lot, Fractal. Now I'm gonna have to get another email address and another name. Appreciate you blowing my cover there.
Jimmy's kids. That's funny.
Oh my goodness. You should say Jimmy's cousins. I got a lot of them. Oh man. Anyway. All right, guys. Listen, appreciate you as usual. Chad, thank you for being here. Thank you for the thumbs up. And if you haven't subscribed yet to the channel, don't be shy, man. It's a thing to do. Everyone's doing it. We greatly appreciate it. It does help us out and keeps us from getting fired. So
Don't beat around the bush.
Anyway, best of luck to you guys. I'm gonna go.
Ah, my friend XY. How are you, brother?
Can't complain. Can't
Good.
complain.
Good. Same.
I will complain though if they don't drive this thing higher. But for now, no complaints.
We're
How's your day, man?
counting our blessings today. That's what we're
You
doing.
stream in the morning, right?
I did.
How was it?
I did not take a trade. I did not take a single
What?
trade. Yeah, I had, yeah. This is maybe the weirdest day I've ever streamed, possibly ever. Um, I I I can show you actually, because you were sleeping. I did something extremely
Yes.
weird. Um, I had the right read. I got into a really good, it's right here. I got into a really good reoffer off of this 67.92 spot, and so, something happened to me, and I was just like, man, I'm really not in the mood to try to sell this all day today, and I just closed it. I was like, you know what? I'm good. I'm good for the day.
You closed it like for profit? I can't really. That looks
Yeah.
like
Yeah, no, I
you
took
made
2 points.
money. Ooh.
Yeah. No, I made some
Hey, two
points.
points on two lots.
Yeah.
You can't scoff at that.
No,
I'd do it.
I made some money today for sure. But yeah, I didn't have the spirit. Did not have the
Mm.
spirit today. And no, I was thinking about you a lot this afternoon, and your count the blessings saying
Oh
it's
yeah.
been ringing in my head. So
And it's only one day. If you don't
yeah,
take any trades today, hey, so what? It's just a day.
I'm saving them for tomorrow. That's my
Well,
plan.
guess what happened yesterday?
What?
I put in a red day. The green streak died yesterday.
Oh God, I saw it. You're right.
Yeah. So
Sorry. We were
today's
we
the
were
get
doing
back,
friendly fire, but I was in the chat.
Oh yeah, you were getting the gunning for the highs.
Yes.
As soon as I got on stream, I was like, man, what am I gonna do here? What am I gonna do here?
Oh man, I was so long that
That
94
honestly,
spot.
that high, what they left it like that for hours, right? I mean, it
Yeah.
was before I even turned the charts on, so
Let me get it in the thing. Yeah, this is yesterday, and I just went ham right here, 94, 95.
yeah, your long was when I was still short 8 lots, I think floating like 3K profit. And I wanted to see them just crack prior day, real small. Just let's see. And then it
Yeah.
never did. And that was where you got long. So it was like the perfect long.
Yeah. You were fighting that 260 dude.
Do we hate him?
Yeah, I think he's back on the nemesis spot. Yeah, right there. I see the
Add him
pullback.
to
It
the
was to
list.
this 266. Sorry, let me get my screen. Yeah, this was the spot. And you
Mhm.
had this short right here, which was good.
Yeah,
Yep.
didn't
Man,
take
this
any
look at
off.
this bid from hell coming off of that thing too. Yikes.
Hmm.
No wonder we rolled this back today. Look at that.
Yeah, we
Our
get about
graph.
half back, starting like Globex, it looks like,
Yeah.
unsurprisingly. But we were about halfway. I got long because of this taper down here. Pretty low volume. They came in, gave in low volume again. So I was like, all right, well, if they're not going to go lower, they're going to hold higher. Let's get long. And I didn't want to get long up here yet because it is the EMA squiggly lines. So I was like, I don't want to, what if it holds? And then it held, came down,
Yeah.
and it swept, and they failed it again. So I'm like, second attempt, fail, I'll get long now. So that's pretty much what this long came out of.
Yep. Oh, I wanted to
I'm
throw this
just
at you
holding this
too.
three.
I know you look at the London
Yeah,
Open a lot.
yes,
I've
I love
started
it.
to notice that on days when NQ opens on one side and ES opens on the other, something weird happens.
Of
And
London?
yes, so like today's maybe like the fourth time I've noticed it.
Where's
So this
London open on ES? I don't have it for ES.
here I'll show. So this is NQs, right? And it
Yeah,
served as like
literally
pretty.
the
It just
top.
yeah held it down the whole time. Let me get back to this. And then this is ES. ES was extremely choppy, and then we opened
Mm.
above it, and it was support for a second until it puked its brains out. So this was, and I was in this trade. I was initially long, and then I flipped short. A big seller came in here too, but I don't know. I wanted to throw that at you to see if you can put that in your pattern recognition brain, and maybe with our powers combined, we can make something out of it.
I've actually never tracked ES London, so I don't know how it really goes in terms of any like divergence, what it could mean.
Yeah,
I've only just had it for NQ. I should put it on for ES though, honestly. I don't know why I don't.
it's just as good.
It's just as good.
Yes.
Yeah,
Yeah.
so I really should. Never really thought to. I'm just hoping we just continue up for the rest of the day. I mean, you pull up the 1 hour, it looks like a really good trade. Um, Definitely getting a higher hold here, absorption against the sellers. Hopefully
Yep.
they just give up at some point and we can start to move. But I got paid on 5 lots on this already, so that's why I'm just holding these three and hopefully I can get a really nice payday out of these. If not, whatever.
I
I
mean,
did kind of
they're
mess
buying
up.
NQ.
Yeah. I messed up three lots though. I took it for I think like 12 points and then I regretted it like right away. So
Ah,
yeah.
that's a good regret.
Someone
That's a good
been
regret to
watching
have.
yeah. Yeah, it's not too bad. Could be worse. But hopefully these three can make up for that.
Is the London Open an ICT concept? Because I'm pretty sure it's just a market opening in a different part of the world.
I would say it's a London concept
Yeah,
over anything else, right?
but sure.
Why does
Um,
he do? I mean, every trader does time zone stuff, right? He probably calls it something crazy, like I don't know.
the death box.
Yeah, and it's just a London Open. Oh man. I wonder if people like actually really dislike us for making fun of stuff sometimes. It's just jokes, guys.
I hope not.
If it makes you money, I can't say anything about it. You shouldn't let
We've
me either.
we've said that enough times. And we've also, I mean, I'm open to being made fun of as well. So
Yeah,
it's a
honestly,
two-way street.
you guys see us trade multiple times a week, and not a single person in here can tell somebody else that we are perfect traders. All right, I'm gonna take one at IB low here. We're down to two. We're moving.
Miles de
Um,
personas.
yeah, I mean, you guys watched me take a red day yesterday, trying to
What a
fade the
long.
market.
Look at that guy. ES is trying to get out of its feelings. We'll see.
And Q's like, get in the car, loser. We're going up. Um, Rich guy laugh. I have a rich guy laugh. What's a rich guy laugh?
What is a rich guy laugh?
I don't know. He says XYZ rich guy laugh is on point.
I would imagine that rich guy laugh is like more like a tee hee. I don't know.
I don't think so. London Wagyu triple reverse value area. No, I like that. Yeah.
That's cool. That's cool.
And then you make an acronym out of it and then bam, sell it.
Um, XY, you have some questions in here. Let me read them to you because
Yeah,
you're going to
there's
trade.
so much going on in the chat. I'm trying to sort through it right now.
How do you determine how many lots you enter with? Is it always 8 or are there variations? I know the answer,
Always,
but
how
I'll let
much
you.
money am I risking? That's why everyone usually does tick values or points values on their entry stuff, whatever you call this, their trade line. And it makes total sense. The reason I don't is I need to see the real money risk in my face. I cannot get around it. I cannot talk myself out of it. It's literally how much money is on the line for this ticket, for the opportunity, right? So it's always based off of dollar amount first. So depending on how wide my stop is going to have to be, the risk, the lot size has to be adjusted to that. And then some trades I'm willing to risk 1,000. Some trades I'm willing to risk close to two. You know, some trades I can only put on three because my risk is wide enough where, okay, this is already 1,000, and I don't think it's worth any more than 1,000 for this opportunity. So that's how I risk. It's not fixed lot size. It's not fixed points and stops. It's like as purely dependent on the actual dollar cost for the trade,
Ticket price.
ticket price.
What is that ticket price?
It's yes. And I went on a ticket price little mini rant in my playbook, which soon,
Playbook soon.
soon. Hey.
When playbook? No, we got a web guy now. We have somebody
Oh yeah,
that's
we have
smarter
a
than all of
guy.
us. We got the guy. We got the
So I
guy.
think I was like, are we legit now? Because we have a guy.
We got a guy.
So yeah, that's the risk thing. I saw some more stuff. You can't make. Yeah, Fitz Wild. I completely agree with that. Everything is pretty ridiculous. You see us talk about our own trading, and sometimes it probably sounds really ridiculous.
Yeah, I'm sure.
So look, if the ICT crowd wants to clap back, hey, you got every right to, and we'll eat it. We're
Yes,
no
you
better
could
than you
easily
are.
go watch my VWAP video and just be like, what the hell is this guy even talking about? Because I don't know either. When I was making that thing, I was like, boy, this sounds ridiculous when I say it all
Like,
out
but I
loud
think
at
it
once.
works. Seems all right.
I don't know.
Uh,
If it made sense, it probably wouldn't work. So
just keep teasing the playbook. We are not crying at all. Volume profile is when I grow up, I want to trade like Stone XYZ. I don't know. That's a dicey one.
yeah, I don't know if I would want to. If I could switch, I would trade like XYZ. I think so. He's a good trader.
If I could switch, I'd probably trade like ICT. I don't think he's ever taken a loss.
Honestly, all my friends are great traders, and I'm lucky to know like five or six, which is pretty crazy when you think about. I don't know. I didn't know this many before at all. It's crazy how many good traders I know that I'm actual buds with. I don't think everybody has that thing. Um,
Yeah,
Very
I
lucky.
maybe a hot take, but I think a lot of like I think there's more negativity in the space than I've ever seen before
I
in
agree.
on socials, and I think it's a large part of it is people. It's a really hard game, and it's hard to make it out of it profitable, and I think that's what drives a lot of what's that word? It's like you don't really believe in what you're seeing. It's a lot of skepticism.
Yeah, yeah.
And when people see someone doing well, you're instantly skeptic, right? Like, how can I, first of all, it's not whether I think this is legit. It's, all right, how can I prove that this is not legit? It
Right.
defaults right away to how can I tear this guy down? How can I tear this trader down and prove it's not legit? And I think it happens a lot because you probably don't see the light at the end of the tunnel yourself. So it's hard to wrap your brain around other people getting to that point where I think from where I stand, I'm more quickly assuming that this is real profits or this trader is really, they've got their feet on the ground, they're doing it well, where most people just choose to be skeptic like right out the gate. I think it's like a negative feedback loop that's going on. And
Yes. So I would say
yeah,
most of the internet is a negative feedback loop, but that's my own hot take about the internet.
yeah.
Um,
The internet's not real anyway, guys. So
no, it's really not. But I also understand like the desire to get into the mix with that negativity because it seems like that's part of what you do.
and everyone's
Um,
doing it as a form of marketing now, which is just
right.
okay. I mean, you guys can do that. I don't want to be tied into it. If someone comes on my Twitter and starts talking really crazy to me, I'll just be like, look, you got it. If you think, hey, you think it's fake, it's fake, whatever. I don't sell anything, so
Yeah. Yeah, and at the end of the day, like when I just remember all of the time that I wasted trying to prove a point to nobody that
Mhm.
didn't matter when I could have just been doing literally anything else and getting better at my own trading. I see that a lot. I mean, I had my turn trying to take porch time down. It's not like it wasn't fun, but it didn't accomplish anything.
Yeah,
Literally nothing.
it's all like there's the people who are going to come at you. Let's just say you are a legit trader, right? The people who come at you, it's not going to do anything for you to try to prove them wrong because anyone who cares whether or not you're real doesn't actually care about you anyway. So if at the end of it all, you've expended all your energy and you've made your case and you've proven that you are legit, they're just going to move on to the next. No one's going to care about you anymore. Like you're done for. Your 15 minutes is up. And now that you've been proven legit, you're just another blip on the internet, right? So I think it's all to say that while we're discussing, hey, there are better traders, I want to make P&L like this guy or that guy or whatever.
Yeah.
Hot take is I think it's largely overrated because to me, quality of life like supersedes everything. You can make all the dollars, spend all your time on the charts, do all the cool trading stuff, but I'm gonna take another one here. It's taking too long. But at the end of the day, if you're not living a good quality of life, you're in the wrong business, I think, because the idea of being into trading, I mean, we all kind of subscribed to it when we got into it, right? It's the freedom, it's the be able to do what you want. Does you do you need to be making X amount of money on a weekly basis to be happy? For some people, maybe, and I feel bad for them. For some people, not really. So then why chase it at all? If you can have a process where you make, 2 grand a week and you're very happy for it, but you see another guy making 20, you shouldn't really care because
Yeah,
why is that necessary at all?
that's funny.
And if it's
Somebody,
to have cool stuff, do the people who really care about you really care about your stuff anyway? No, they don't. So you're doing more work, you're stressing yourself out to a greater degree for nothing that ever mattered or nobody that ever really cared about you anyway. So I think it's a long rant that I'm going on to just drive in like it's just process. Don't worry about trying to make more or hey, this guy's going crazy. I need to be on his level. It's just we all have our own lives. You see us for what we are on stream, but we have our own lives too. There are internal struggles. There are, this and that. We see that stuff on Twitter too, like people tearing each other down. I mean, we had people on Reddit saying all kinds of stuff about us, but they never cared about us. We shouldn't care about them, and everyone has their own opinion. So
yeah,
what?
yep. It's very weird. It's very weird.
Yeah, don't fall into all that negativity stuff. It does nothing for anybody.
Yeah.
Not the person vindicating themselves, not the person being exposed, not the person doing the exposing. At the end of the
I think we
day,
do a really good job, and this is what is cool about this channel. And like, I know Jim says this all the time about the community and the chat, like it really is the best around. Like he's not just like saying that. I really believe that like hanging in here, us doing this work all the time. I mean, what are we doing this for like 8 months now? I feel like we've really done a good job giving like an honest example of what this is like to really, really trade, but also we have a really supportive chat and you guys don't tear each other down. This isn't like
yeah,
a
chat. We do
contest
have a
with
really good
strategies.
chat.
Yeah. So you guys make the community that you want to live in. And you're responsible for it. So if you take this positivity and then put it into the world and put it into the other parts of the trading community, like it'll resonate too. So,
Oh, you know what else though?
hmm.
Similar to how I have clung on to the quote, the count your blessings quote, there's another one that I
Ooh,
live
okay.
by very often. It's the words you speak becomes the home you live in.
Mm,
If
yes.
all you're doing is shouting negative stuff, you're tearing people down, no matter what virtuous reasoning you may have, I'm doing this for the betterment of other people. I'm watching out for
Right.
this or that. The words you speak will definitely be the home you live in. You speak
Yep.
negatively, you will be in that hamster wheel too, right?
I like that.
There's a lot of, in the trading world, there's a lot of struggle. The game is very hard and it
Yes.
projects onto everybody else. I'm struggling, so you must be too, subconsciously. And everyone just tears each other down because the game is hard. The game is hard, man.
Yep. And you don't have anywhere to put. I think that's a big part of it too. Um, all the negativity comes from a big place of like you can't you can't beat the market up when you're done. Like you can't punch the market.
So
Like
they
we
go and
asked
punch at each
Pax.
other.
Yeah. So
Yeah.
I mean, Pax said that he says all the time, and Deli tells the stories about like people getting into fist fights because they back in the day in the pit, you could literally see your counterparty and go beat them up. Yeah, which is funny to me.
All right, Stowe, let's
Nothing.
go find this 260 guy from yesterday.
I know, right? But no, he was on my team, so I'm gonna be in his corner. I'm sorry, I was
Good.
long. Don't forget.
Friendly
Um,
fire for real.
yeah. But and also nothing's funnier to me than the idea that Pax was on the committee of people to punish people for getting in fist fights. I'm
It's
gonna
like
get to the bottom of
this
that
guy beat
story.
me up. It's like I will punish him if you can beat him up.
But yeah, I mean, if you think about like when you see the internet get spicy, it's normally when we've had a big sell off or like when the majority of people are all of a sudden off sides and or
Oh,
like
and then the
something unfair
survivors
happens.
are posting like fat P&L, right?
Yes,
And then the other
yes.
side goes, that's fake. You're nothing but a fake paper trader or whatever
Right.
else. And then this whole shit storm, like,
You can telegraph it every time. It works. It works every
yeah,
time.
it's it's crazy. But anyways, chat, yeah, it's a bit of a tangent, but we're no different than you guys.
Do I
We are
think
no
I could
different.
take Leo? No, I do not. No, the only I have never this may
Yeah,
surprise you,
fighting,
Chad.
look,
I'm not a
fighting's
guy
one
that throws
thing.
a punch.
Fighting's one thing, but if you get like a guitar riff off, dude,
Yeah.
it's
I
raps for
could
Leo.
I could beat Leo in a guitar riff off. That is for sure.
Anyways, Chris, I saw Chris's message pop up on our stream. Said came in here to be a better trader, accidentally became a better person, something like that. But he
Aw.
is the winner of the robe, by the way.
No way.
Also, he is the guy responsible for the change in the rule where you have to be in chat to win because he wasn't in chat when we announced him. So you guys can go after him.
That's cool. Some guy came and won a Herman, what's it called? Herman Miller chair? What's the night?
Who gave
What's
away
this?
a Herman Miller chair?
Chris Trading Boxes. Gave away a
Wow.
Herman Miller chair today. And the chat was like, "Do you have a Herman Miller chair, Chris?" And he was like, "You know what? No, I don't. Dang it."
Dude, I do that a lot. Like I will spend money on like a gift for somebody or spend money on somebody in a way that I would never ever do. So it's like it's
Yeah,
the same
same.
thing. You give someone a Herman Miller, maybe it's like an M body for like 1,000 something, right? And then you're like, would I buy that? Absolutely the hell not. I'm not
No.
spending that money. But for somebody else, it's like different all of a sudden, you know?
Oh, absolutely. I know. I know for sure. Um, yeah, I'm trying. I need to buy a new pair of running shoes, and I'm like, I'll get another month out of these. Don't worry about it. Just
Yeah, that's what,
slide
like
it over there.
I'm gonna wait for a sale or something.
I do. Well, do you know what I do? This might be dumb. I was trying to explain this last night. Um, my cheapness, and I do this with the sweatpants, and I also do it with shoes, is I will get the color variant that nobody wants because I
Oh,
don't care. So like I wait for the color to go on sale and it's like clearance. Here's this
absolutely
like
not.
disgusting color.
I will not. I will not. I won't do it. I learned through my life that it has to be like my fashion is very monochromatic. So
Yes, you are.
it goes
Yes.
from black to white, but only like black, and then it goes straight to like maybe like a dark olive greenish into beige into like taupe and white. Nothing else. So
Okay.
I learned because sometimes I'd buy other colors like a navy, dark blue, or dark gray because I like dark colors, and I never wear them over the other colors. So I stopped buying them entirely. So
Okay.
you can the off colors, I can't do it because I know now I will just never wear it. So I leave it for you.
Thank you. That's why they're on sale. Do you see what I mean? No, I was trying to get my band on the sweatpants train last night. I was like, listen, guys, listen.
They're probably looking at you like you spent what on this? Who
Yeah.
are you?
Yep. They are
You've
that's exactly
changed,
how they were
man.
looking.
You've gone
But
corporate.
then they also were like, well, Stowe's maybe the cheapest dude we know. So maybe he's onto something with these sweatpants. So I did get him at the end. Um, my drummer ordered a couple pairs, so we'll see what happens. He was the rest of them are on the fence.
Good friend or bad friend got them to spend that kind of money on sweatpants. What do you think, chat? Good friend or bad friend?
Yes, deep value sweats. I've told so many people I should literally work for Viore. Um, if I ever blow up, you're gonna see me knocking on people's doors selling sweatpants. Know this.
Hey, Chris says when HM chairs for Ninja Crew. Eh.
That could be sick.
I
Get a
want I
nice
want an
NT
M
logo in the
body.
back.
I want an M body. I have a Steelcase Gesture right now, which is like the competitor.
Okay.
but I think I like the M body more. So if Ninja Trader, if you guys are going to bless us with some branded chairs for a stream, we can show it off. Like we can do this. Like, oh, look at that. Herman Miller M body for me, please. Thank you.
How do I? Yeah, I feel like a chair is something that I would need to go to like a big store with all the chairs and figure out. I don't think I could
Yeah,
just
yeah, you
like
got to
buy.
try them. You
Okay,
have to sit in them because like, yeah, it's gonna be different for everybody.
where do I
Just
go for
because they
that?
cost more doesn't mean they're gonna be better for you.
Is there a
It
chair
depends on how you
store?
sit.
Where's the chair store?
The
What's that called?
well,
For
this is
real?
what I
What's it
would do.
called?
So I like Steelcase and Herman Miller. Those are like the two popular ones. They have showrooms. So
Mm,
you can go to Herman Miller showroom, Steelcase showroom. They'll let you sit in all the stuff. I liked the Leap, which is a Steelcase chair, so I got the Gesture, which is like their flagship chair. And then I tried the M body from Herman Miller. I was like, I actually like this more. It was
okay.
too late. I already bought my chair. It's because the Leap and the Herman Miller Aeron, which is their like most popular chair, they're competitors. And I happened to like the Leap more, so I stuck with Steelcase. But when it came to the higher end version of the brand, I like Herman Miller's more. So,
Okay.
but yeah, just look for a showroom. Go Google
Oh,
Herman
Drunk
Miller.
Radish just got me. He's from the area. He's gonna
Oh
hook me
yeah,
up. Thank you, buddy.
he'll hold your hand,
Yeah, he'd be like,
take
"It's
you to
over
the
here, dummy."
store.
Because if it doesn't exist, then I'm gonna change my. If I blow up, I will be opening a discount chair warehouse where you can come and get fitted for your own custom office chair. It's like a club fitting, but for chairs.
That's and that would be way too baller. Can't afford that. No one's
Mic
gonna be able
drop.
to afford
I
that.
mean, it's a niche business. It's not for everybody. It's not for your everyday chair buyer. This is elite chair purchasing environment. That's what we're going for here at Chairs R Us. I need a better name.
Savannah, what pair did you buy? So I bought my first pair this week. Oh, sweats.
Nice.
Viore joggers,
Zavs
sweats.
and the joggers.
Well, the thing is, if you don't like
Yes.
them, it's not that it's just that you're wrong. So
We
that's the
got it. We
thing.
got another one.
So if they're not good, it's not that they're not good. It's just that your opinion is wrong. So it's different. It's
They're
different.
sending us beanbag chairs, XY. I mean, that's fine. If I could put
Nah,
all
I
my
don't have
darts on
room
the
for a
ground, I think
beanbag
I would trade
chair.
from a beanbag chair. It would be like playing Sega when I was a kid. This would actually be great. Can we get, oh my God, what if we map my hotkeys to a Sega controller? Ah,
Oh, he'd be trading just like laid back on a
oh my
on an Xbox
God.
controller.
This is such a sick idea. Holy crap.
Okay, look, you went from like custom fitted bespoke chairs to, you know what? Just give me an Xbox controller and a beanbag. We make it work.
Well, I haven't really been trading today, so unfortunately, you're stuck with like my actual personality, which is a lot like this.
Fitz says Irvin Miller's the only way to go get yourself an Aeron. I didn't like the Aeron. I'm not gonna lie. I didn't like it. I didn't like it at all. So I went steel case. But yeah, it wasn't for me. But people love the Aeron. It's probably the most popular chair. So that's why you should probably go and sit in some and really nice entry. Thank you. Thank you. I'm barely getting to the chat. Oh, here's the
No, JS, I need three buttons. A Sega would be perfect. Um, buy, sell, flat. That's all I need. Sega controller. I just watched this documentary about the Madden football game. That's why this is in my head. I just realized that.
someone asks how you set your take profits when you're long and grinding up. How does this decide? Okay, so yeah, this one's just a runner. Um, I had 8 on originally. I took off 5. I had 3. I took 2 more coming into VWAP here. So this one is when I took off the 5, I considered everything paid for. I'm happy with it, even if it comes back. So I
Yeah.
want to give the rest a chance to play out the high time frame view, which would be a move through to this edge right here, which is where the last one is, because I caught the low of this, right? So the idea of the trade was we didn't build much volume and interest out here yesterday on the move up. Coming back, if the information remains the same, I will assume it's the same. No interest down here, we got to go back up. So I'm not holding all three for this because we have stuff in the way, which is VWAP. So I secured those two on the way. And then, yeah, this one is just because it's been playing out. I've got paid on 7 out of 8. There's only one left. And I've trailed this here. So I'm locking in whatever, how many points this is. I don't know.
I mean, look at this ridiculousness you're coming up to 275. This is going to
Yeah,
be, I mean, if you get through that value area
I'm
high,
actually
this
going to
is going
tighten
to be
this up.
awesome.
I'm going to tighten this up here because it's POC. But yeah, so now this is just how I operate. It's nothing like super big brain. It's, hey, if it's playing out this well and we're already making our way this far back into this node, the other side is becoming more and more likely. So at that point, whatever I still have on, I'm going to give it room to play out and obviously trail it to secure. It's hopefully that makes sense.
Yes, sir. I hope it destroys this 275 spot. That will be very
I
fun
just
to
need
watch.
270. Not asking for everything. Still, can't you get Amish chairs?
Yes, I can. Yes, I absolutely can. No matter where I've ever lived in my entire life, I've lived maybe 20 different places. I've never been more than 15 minutes away from an Amish made chair. Just so you know. Everybody's telling me I need a Stream Deck controller. No, what I'm saying is I need an actual Sega Genesis controller. And if I could get the Sega load screen to happen when I load up when I load up Ninja Trader, that would be awesome.
Hey, this is an interesting comment here. What is the point of making money if you are cheap? I
Oh,
think I think that's why
is this an attack?
I think that's why Stowe is he's a good vibes guy, right? I think I told him this last week. I forgot why we're even talking about this or I'm even
Who
saying this, but
said
I was like,
this? Is my
Stowe,
wife in this chat?
Stowe, you have everything you could ever want in life. You know,
Yeah.
I
Yep.
forgot what we were talking about. I was like, Stowe, you have everything. Like you've got, a happy family, you've got your place, you've got the best car of all time, right?
Yes.
It's all there. And I think that's why he's good vibes because he doesn't need money. He just happens to make some inconsequential because he's cheap. So it's like it's a perfect storm of everything. Right. And I think that goes back to what we were talking about earlier. Like don't worry about what other people's P&L is. It's you and your own and how well does it tie into your life. If it's enough, if it's more than enough, who gives a damn what somebody else made on this in the same day, right?
Yep.
So yeah, that's an
And
interesting comment.
to be fair, I'm only really cheap about the things that involve myself because I just don't care. I
Oh, you
mean,
guys want to know what's
my girls have nice
Stowe's
stuff.
making me bread part two because
Yep.
the other one got lost in shipping or stolen or something. But he once again told me that he got the good cheese,
Yeah, yeah.
premium,
The
premium.
bread probably costs $40 to make because it's ridiculous. I put so much
Dude,
ridiculous
that is
nice things in it.
expensive
Yeah,
ass
it's very
bread.
dumb. Yeah. It's the super hippy dippy flour. It's the really good instant yeast that isn't like you don't yeah, it's got all the things. It's the ridiculous block of cheese that's $20. It's the mozzarella that like the
Well,
Italian lady makes. It's not from the Giant Eagle, it's that. So,
I really hope that I can distinguish the quality.
oh, I told who did I tell? I told Kane and Leo that I was gonna make some and take it to Florida, so the whole team
Oh, hell
can have
yeah.
some. I just need to figure out if I'm gonna be flying with loaves of bread or if I'm going to mail them. I don't know which is more ridiculous. Um, yeah, but I haven't decided yet. It was funny when we said that Austin like ran to the microphone. It was just like, you can fly with bread. Bring it down.
Yeah, dude, my wife was so disappointed when I gave her the bad news that it was lost in transit.
Dude, it took me like a at least 5 days to get my money back for that too. I was like, guys, I mean,
Why does
what
it take
happened?
that
Where
long?
did it go? And I live in a small town. I was like, late. She's like, I don't know. I put it maybe like a mouse carried it away. That's in my perfect world, that's what happened to it. A
This
mouse
mouse is
picked it
like,
up.
wait a minute, this ain't just bread. This is the good cheese. I
We
need
got
this.
we got those river mice. They're pretty ripped. It can pick
Oh.
up a whole loaf of bread.
Oh, they're like from the streets, mice.
Yes, they're from the streets.
Uh, okay, chat is like flying. I don't know.
That's fair, Ninja Trader. I do not want ant. It is how we get ants.
Sandy, this is not a tick chart. It's just 1 minute candles. All right, let's get through this chat.
You're right. I should put an Apple AirTag in the bread. This whole endeavor is not expensive enough. I should definitely be
And
mailing
I'm
it with
keeping the
AirTag.
AirTag. I'm not shipping it back to you. It's like sweet, free AirTag. 1 minute Hikanashi?
Oh.
Yes, I am. Yes, I am.
Oh,
Stowe
this is
bread
a good question.
giveaway? You gotta talk to Ninja Trader and Stowe about that.
Mahagi asks, what are trading computer specs?
Dude, I wish I could tell you. I don't
I
remember.
wish I could tell you too. Just like all of the technology related things that I have, what I did is I started to buy it myself, and then my friend, who you may know as the Leo the Tiger, said, "Ah, Stowe, okay, just let me do it." And so he was like, "This is what you need. This is overkill. You can party with this." And so that's what I got.
Shab asked you to lead a group singing session in Naples. Can you
Oh
take me
yeah,
higher?
that sounds good. I can do that. I mean, if I'm in Florida, I'm pretty sure they make you sing a Creed song when you get off the plane just to prove that you're American.
And if you do it well, they take you straight to the casino.
Yep. You're like, congratulations.
If not, they
Welcome to the
send
Hard
you
Rock
back.
Live.
Let's see. Okay, there's been a lot in chat. Do I ever leg into trades? Red October asks. Yeah, definitely scale in.
Mm. We just put out an
Sometimes,
episode about that.
oh yeah, it's true.
Shameless
When it
plug.
still seems a little dicey, you don't want to really put all your eggs in there. And then when things give it a bit of time, if things start to really shape up, you put on more. And maybe at some point, for me at least, it's like, okay, now I want it to trade above these guys. Maybe I'll see someone getting stuffed on the bid or on the offer, and I'm like, all right, if they can start trading above this passive offer, then I'll put on the rest kind of thing. So yeah, legging in is what I do quite often, I would say. The more volatility and range, the more I will be legging in. I slower markets, I'll put the size on quicker, but faster markets, I will not do so. Hey, I got filled.
I am the exact opposite
Really?
for what it's worth. Yes.
That's too scary for me, man. It's like stepping in front of a train sometimes. I'm too scared for that.
Well, I'm already sized down. It's just like the reward is I in high volatility environments, and I'm not talking about like March because that was just like hold your breath and pray.
Dude, that was my
You can get
favorite.
filled.
March and April, dude, that was amazing.
I know,
That was the
no.
best trading stretch I've ever had. Ever, ever, ever.
Yeah. I'm very lucky that I survived it. I think I made a little bit of money, but it was a journey.
Mm.
But I wanted to trade it because like that's an environment that's not going to be around a lot. So I don't know. It's you kind of want to get your reps in while you
I
can.
scaled like really carefully. I remember I was going like 1/3 and then less than a third and then another. It was like getting planted into a trade took a few minutes.
Yeah.
Because at that time, man, my stops were like almost 30 points. And a TP1 of anything less than like 50, you're just cheating yourself at the time. So to me, that I had a lot of room in between all that to get whatever as in I want. Didn't have to be this price. It could be 10 points up or lower or whatever. And it was definitely legging in slowly. Super scary.
Vladimir, I do have a YouTube channel. You're on it, homie. Welcome. This is it. I stream
Screen
at
is
least
blurred.
five times a week.
Ashwin, our screens are not blurred. So it might be your
Ashwin, try to
screen.
turn it off and back on again.
Yeah. If it doesn't work, turn your computer back. If you weren't using overflow tools, what second overflow tools would you use?
Hmm.
Volume profile for sure. Um, I mean, I still like the footprint. I use the footprint.
I can trade just with VWAP bands. So I picked that. And I still pick a volume chart. So am I allowed to have volume since I don't use a time frame? Is that permitted in this hypothetical? Because if it is, I would like a volume chart and VWAP.
I don't see why it wouldn't be. I mean,
I can
everyone
live.
uses
I can live
volume
with
charts.
that for sure. It would be, yeah, I'd have to turn into quite a different kind of trader, not having delta visible, but
I think if I didn't have a
that's what I
DOM,
choose.
I would use a 15-second chart.
Mm,
Yeah.
a
I
little more
remember
reactive.
last year in Asia, I didn't have a DOM on my laptop, so it's just like Trade So I
Yeah.
actually used a 15-second chart and it was pretty good.
Oh yeah, you're going to Japan soon. Are you going to try to
Uh
trade from there? I heard you talk about that
I
yesterday.
I only can if it's an open stream
Dude, that would be
because
awesome.
open, yeah, I mean, if they fill me in, open would be I think 11 p.m. there
Okay.
or midnight, which I can swing.
Oh, dude, you could be
Um,
partied up. This could be fun.
hey, Shab, if you're in the chat. Yeah, it's gonna be so the 31st is Friday. That's when I'm flying out.
Okay.
So um I'm gone till the 12th. I'm flying back on the 12th of November. We do some open streams. Hi Shab.
Hey, Shab.
Hey Shab. I am available for open streams from November 1st to the 12th.
Yes,
No, the
Shab.
11th. The 11th.
My dude
So
has
if
to
you want to
fly to the other
pair
side of the
Stowe and I
world
up at some point
in
in
order
the
to wake up for
morning,
the open.
Stowe's waking up and I'm waiting to go to bed.
That's so fun. I like that.
I'm probably gonna be like, man, I spent like 4 grand a day. I need to make 4 grand right now. Yeah, I saw this watch. I had to get it. It was 8 grand. I need to make 8 grand.
Can you find me some weird candy or something?
Yeah, we can do Chris. Weird candy. Oh yeah. You know what? I'll get you some stuff, man.
Okay,
I'll
cool.
get you some of my favorite stuff. But yeah, Shab. So Chris is Thursday, right? I think on the 31st, I can't do Friday because I'll be flying. So maybe I can switch that with Chris on Thursday. So
Yeah, that's cool.
I'll do the open with Chris on Thursday because I think he does solo or something like that.
Yes. Yeah.
Oh,
Thursday's
that'll
his
take
solo
a
spot.
while. But yeah, get you some snacks. Dude, you know what's crazy? Every time we travel, so my wife loves snacks. Doesn't matter what country, where we are. I always have to check this out. I have to buy new luggage while we're there because she's gonna fill it entirely with snacks.
Sick. Yep.
And we were in Canada earlier this year, and what happened was she packed one so hard, and in there was a jar of chili oil. We got back, opened it, it exploded.
Oh no, man.
Dude.
Brutal.
Yeah.
Brutal.
So I always have to
That
buy
stuff gets
luggage.
everywhere too.
Always have to buy luggage when we travel because she wants to bring back all kinds of stuff. A lot of it is snacks. Yes. So yeah, I'm gonna send you some snacks. I'm gonna have her do a specialized. You know what omakase is, Still?
No.
Omakase is when you go to like a sushi place and you just tell the chef like make me whatever and you
Okay.
just go. It's like super custom whatever. So we'll do an omakase snack package for you.
I love that.
And I'll ship it over.
Omakase.
So
That's
she
what I
gets to
would
choose.
do at a sushi place because I have no idea what the hell anything is. Actually, that's what
Yeah.
I do anytime I don't know what anything is.
You just tell them, okay, well, I don't know if you'd want to because the price gets kind of steep. So in LA, omakase can go anywhere from like 250 to $500 a person.
Okay.
Right. So it's kind of crazy. I will say, guys, there's a place in LA that I've been to. It's called Sushi Q or something. And Yelp told me this is the best, absolute best omakase in LA. This is better than, this and that. It's number one, Michelin starred. I think it might be two Michelin starred. I went there. Oh my God, it was like $500 a person. Dude, it's not even that good. I've had better at like 150. I was like, dude, this is crazy. They be lying. They just be lying on Yelp. And
Well,
I
when
think
you're
it's,
shilling like that, it's like,
dude.
yeah, yeah, it
I'm
better
like,
be
you
good.
guys have never, oh, no way. There's way better places around here for like 150 to two or even three, which is on the higher end too. Don't go to no place called Sushi Q, guys. I'm telling you right now.
Brian, me and XY are on tomorrow morning at 10 Eastern, but don't wait till then to tune in. Don't miss Uncensored Friday with Pax and Jim. That it's important. Or if it's Pax and Deli, that's good too. I don't know. I don't know who's with Pax tomorrow, but don't blow it. Watch the whole thing. I'm gonna watch the whole thing. That's Friday. Oh, it's Ferragamo Friday giveaway tomorrow too. I forgot about that.
Oh
Jimmy's getting
yeah, Daddy's gonna
shoes.
get his Ferragamos.
Oh, Shab, I tried ketchup chips because it's the thing over there. I don't know. It's kind of strange. Uh, but I will say the Canadian ketchup is really good. Like the actual ketchup. I don't know
Oh,
what the
Jim's doing his
difference is.
giveaway too. Okay.
Patagonia Black Hole Duffel. I don't know what that is, but because it's Patagonia, it sounds really expensive. And for that reason, I'm out.
Yeah, they put that little mountain on anything, and it's like it's $200 somehow. Okay, okay.
I think the only thing Patagonia I have is a down jacket, which is it's really good. I ain't gonna lie, but I only got it because someone bought it for me as a gift. I think it's like $200. That's a tough sell.
I
$200, man.
can't.
That's tough.
I don't want to own a Patagonia thing because I feel like people would walk up to me and ask like where I like to go hiking and stuff, and I'm just not prepared to answer a question I don't have an
When
answer
you live
to.
in LA, no one assumes you like to go hiking. So it's
All
all good.
right, fair. Okay.
They call it Patagucci. It's just for brand.
It's just for show.
It's just
Okay.
like, check this out. This is Patagonia.
Well, when I was a kid, if you bought skater shoes and wore them and were not a skater,
Oh, you're a poser.
you were a big time poser.
For
And
sure. No, I can get behind that though. I respect that.
so I don't want to be a Patagonia poser, is
Yeah,
what I'm
what you
saying.
got? Why is the tongue on your shoe so thick? You don't skate. What you need all that for?
Yep. I'm like, I just wanted to be
I
cool.
just-
This happened to me in high school for sure. Well, it was like
You didn't
junior high
skate?
school. No, I didn't skate. I was
Oh,
so
I'm
clumsy,
surprised.
dude.
Even I did.
I tried very hard, but like I don't know.
It
I'm a
comes with a
big.
lot of trespassing. I'll tell you that much. So
That's fair. That's fair.
there's a bit of a headache. You're always trespassing to try to get to spots where you can skate.
I really liked Waterboy, like the Flameboy Waterboy.
Mhm.
World Industries, I think was the
Old
name of the thing.
industries.
I
Old
love
industries.
that. Got myself a Waterboy shirt. Whew, huge mistake. Huge mistake.
Someone tosses you a skateboard, do a kickflip. You're like,
Yeah. You ever
I have a
want to
torn
take
ACL.
took the fast track to Bully Land quickly. Learned a
Yeah,
valuable
that and
lesson that day.
omakase in the US is really expensive, and in Japan it's way more affordable and it's often better. Like talking about 50 bucks could really get you a lot. That's why
About That's nice. See you XY buying the literal nut low.
no, it wasn't. It was 40 minutes after.
It's still
I don't have the balls to buy lows, man. It's actually really scary. I always
yeah.
want them to prove it first. And they did so here.
Hey, Jeff's got a trade. Good trade, bud. Very good.
Savannah living the good life. Yeah. Omakase is the best, man.
I never got
Until you get the bill,
Jinkos.
then it sucks.
Did you ever have Jinkos?
Dude, don't you remember? I had to ask like you and Leo what the hell
Oh, you
those
didn't know?
were.
Yeah, yeah.
I was
Okay,
like,
yeah.
what are you guys talking about?
Yeah, XY was a touch young for Jinkos. I mean, it
Nah,
was
back.
honestly, it was just like a
What year
couple
was this?
years.
So what year was this?
That's probably like 95, 90, 95 to 97 would be my guess. I don't think I
So
was quite a teenager.
going out to like 97 at that time. Obviously, I'm like freaking 6 years. Around that time, yeah, so me and my cousins, we're in like hard into rap music and stuff. And I don't know if the chat is aware of these brands, but at that point, it was like Academics, it was Sean John and Nietzsche,
Mm,
rapper wear, you know what I
yeah.
mean? Baggy stuff. Yeah, that's what I was getting into. So,
Even when I was a kid, I did not see. When I was a kid, I did not see. I was like, these Jinkos are not. I was like, these Jinkos are not practical. I was like 1,000-year-old man. Like, I can't be wearing these
where am I
pants. It's
supposed to put all
ridiculous.
my stuff?
Right.
I was
Oh,
like,
you
I don't know.
ready?
I got all these acad academics like a velour tracksuit. Whoo! Like in a baby blue or something. Yeah. You had to have money for that kind of stuff though. Did you ever wear a backpack on the front? Yeah, here
Oh
and there.
boy.
But honestly, it was because sometimes it's just more comfortable. You need some relief. You put in the front. But because it was a fashion thing, nah, that wasn't really too crazy around here. The front backpack. I know if you had a roller backpack though, you'd be getting clowned like Stowe did with those shoes.
I mean, I only spent about a year or two getting clowned for my
The
skate
shoes.
posership. I shifted quickly into black Dickies, black t-shirts, and pretty much never came out of that
Oh,
cycle.
dude, Dickie suits. Yeah, Dickies got real big. I guess I'm assuming everywhere in the States. Dickie shorts and then the Dickie pants.
Well, the punk rock uniform is quite simple and pretty cheap too. So
Well,
it's
yeah,
really all you needed.
Dickies had everybody though, right? It
Yeah, they
was
did.
like the heavy metal guys, the rock, the punk rock, and then all the way to like straight up actual gangsters. They wear
Yep.
those Dickie suits in the hood. And it's like, damn, they cornered the entire market. Amazing. Sensational.
Nice apple butter. You were in the nice. Good for you being part of the grunge era.
Martins and flannel. 10 art, you still have a Sean John Velour. Prove it. Post it online right now.
Mm. Composite Trader has a very good question here. Was I straight edge? No. All the straight edge dudes were dicks. And I hated the straight edge dudes. It actually is the reason that I never listened to hardcore because they all loved hardcore. And I was like, these guys suck. This music sucks.
I've always actually I've been straight edge. I've been straight edge. I don't think I started drinking until probably like 19, 20.
I didn't really party too hard in high school, but I just rejected their ideology because they were jerks. So
Typical. Also, that's your origin story.
that's part of the.
Got
I
it.
mean, it's a vast origin story. But
Got
that is
it.
certainly a chapter in it. Yes.
No wonder Stowe's like this. He never should have, see, he never should have got those
It's
shoes.
all coming together.
It'd be different if he didn't get those shoes.
It wasn't even shoes. It was just a shirt that had
Yeah,
Waterboy on it
the
because I thought they
almost
were
Academics like a velour tracksuit. Whoo! Like in a baby blue or something. Yeah. You had to have money for that.
Late
We
90s.
we haven't asked for likes, so please do so.
Yeah, if you like Sean John, Fubu,
Fubu. Oh,
Jinkos.
dude, they had G Unit shoes at some point that were hot.
Yep, yep.
Yeah. Yeah.
Echo, good call. Metamoon, very good.
Echo, yeah. Echo was more affordable, so I liked it. It was for, South Pole and Echo, yeah, yeah. More affordable.
Fat Farms. Oh
Fat
my
Farm.
God, I forgot about that.
So we got some old people in chat. Now I guess we know
Yes, we
that.
do.
There are definitely some
The-
old people in
These are my
chat.
people, man. These are all my people. That's why I'm comfortable in here. It must be.
No, I need to figure out. No, I need to figure out. Jim Jim was probably Jim was probably one of those guys that made you into what you are. He was the man, he called the shots, bullied people around, him and his goon friends. They used to call him Big Jim.
Oh, man, that's funny.
Yeah, there's a lot of overlapping value. So you are correct in the chat.
I love it. I love it. All the chat is just digging in right now.
Everyone's opening the time capsule now.
Yes, everyone's opening. Yes.
No, I need to figure out how. I need to figure out
Yeah, I
how.
don't know how to. I don't know how to do it. I forget how to do it. It's eights. I forget how to do it, man. I
I
can't do the
need a dumb
3DS.
chart.
You can if you can do it XY.
No, I don't think so. So
Uh
who in here remembers Stussy?
we're
Anybody
we're
remembers?
trying to annotate the Stussy X on S on our screen, but I can't remember how to do it.
How about this? Hold on. Give me a second. Give me a second. Give me a second. Give me a second, dude. I got something for you. I got something for you. Let me pull up. I gotta go high time frame for this one. It's gonna be hot. Check it out.
Okay.
You guys better hit the likes after this one. Better. Do not play with me. Do not play with me. All right, I got the hotkey now. Check this out. Check this out. Check this out, dude.
What's up?
This might be the best TA you guys will ever see.
Oh my God. Yes.
Hold on, hold on. I told you not to play with me.
Oh
It
my
actually is
God.
the reason that I
Chat.
never
This is
listened to
amazing.
hardcore.
Oh,
Because
chat. This is the infinite money model. If you're long, you put this towards your price target, and it acts like a magnet right here.
Attention traders, it's algo time.
How you like it? How you like it, dude? We can close it up too. We can close this thing up too, right here.
Is that what we do? Yeah. Beautiful.
Maybe do a little bit of, you know, if you want to get like real fancy. Sometimes if you guys like get real advanced with it, you know.
Oh my God. Cracking me up, brother.
Ooh,
Beautiful. Apple
don't
butter,
try this
yes.
at home.
XY is
Don't-
the grandmaster.
Don't try this at home.
Neil. Neil.
The golf clap. Yeah, S for Stowe.
Oh man. I wonder what kind of, yeah, I wonder what
Now they call me
Jim's high school vibe was. Do you think it was like Fast Times at Ridgemont High?
What?
Like Keggers in the Woods?
What?
I'm trying to think of what Jim's gonna tell us when he gets on here.
He's gonna tell us we don't have enough likes, like he always
That's
does.
probably true.
But I hope he sees my drawing.
JD Futures, I would sign your yearbook. I would sign all of your yearbooks. I don't snub anybody when it comes to yearbook signings.
Nah, I'm
by
not
the
signing.
way.
He called me an unk. I'm not signing that. I'm gonna take the yearbook and be like, yeah, I'm gonna sign this, and I'm just gonna toss it. You're gonna miss tomorrow morning?
That's okay, Aramis. You can always watch it like later. You don't have to miss
Well,
anything. The beauty
we're
of
building a
YouTube is
new
it saves it all.
we're building a new green streak, right? So today is day one.
I love it. I love restarting a streak. It's beautiful.
Rebuilding. It's to build back better.
Yeah, this is at least the 30 plus club now, Christian.
Everyone under 30 has already left the stream. Anyways, how do I erase this like really fast? Is there a hotkey?
No, you have to leave it there. That's just like you drew it in pen on your Trapper Keeper. It has
One of
to
these
stay
days,
forever.
I'm gonna go through the high time frame and go to old level. Like, oh, this is my old zone right here. We were trading this last year in October.
Yeah, I remember this day. It was
Call it the
beautiful.
S zone. The money zone.
I had a Ninja Turtle Trapper Keeper, and it was sick.
Oh, I found it. I found the hotkey. All right, from now on, if I'm in a high time frame runner. All right, from now on, if I'm in a high time frame runner, I'm gonna draw this at target.
Perfect.
And we'll testing